shit, man. Hey, man. Am I driving okay?
I think we're parked, man.
Oh, shit.
What do you guys want?
Get some sour cream and onion chips with some dip, man. Some beef jerky, some peanut butter. Get some Haagen-Dazs ice cream bars, a whole lot of hot. Make sure chocolate. Gotta have chocolate, man. Some popcorn, red popcorn, graham crackers. Graham crackers is the marshmallows, the little marshmallows, and little chocolate bars, and we'll make some s'mores, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yo.
Also, celery, grape jelly, Captain Crunch with the little crunch berries. Pizzas. We need 2 big pizzas, man. Everything on them with water, whole lot of water, and onions.
That's it?
The Bulldozer Matt Tremont, and you're listening and watching to the Game Changer World fucking podcast. And welcome to Game Changer World. My name is John Wolf, co-host Joe. How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm good. Real quick, I picked up on something. That intro video, that first spot where someone's pushing Gage, I think that's actually me.
Maybe.
I think it's me, my Red Phillies hat. I'm looking like, that's me. That's definitely me with pushing Gage in that beginning.
Well, there you go. You ended up in our intro video without even trying, man.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, Clown, welcome. Good to see you. Happy 420, everyone. For those out there who are celebrating I'm Half Alive from the collective, and it's 420, so let's try to enjoy ourselves here. Screwball, West Coast correspondent, doing a massive photo dump on Instagram of all the pictures he took this weekend. Screwball, could you tell us, was that 18? I think that was 19 total shows that you went to over a 4-day spread, maybe a 5-day spread? Great question. Pete Rocks, good to see you. Yo, Big Capadon, had a great time seeing you this week. As always, Las Vegas love. Kyle Canyon, good to see you tonight. John fucking Wolf, that's right, baby. And we got Joe fucking Woods. This is how it's gonna go tonight. Chad Mins, good to see you, sir, repping the East Coast. And Joe, oh, look at that. Yeah, I was gonna say, you might know Chad, right, Joe?
Yeah, no, I know Chad very well. His son and my son get along very well, and they always seek each other out at any show we're at.
Well, I'll tell you what, he saved my ass this weekend. I wasn't going to get too far into it, but we got locked out of the casino, but inside the shipping area. And without Chad unlocking the door, we would have been stuck there for a very long time in the cold weather. So, I mean, it was either call him or call the casino or like Brett or somebody, and I didn't want to mess with Brett. So, yeah, Chad came through huge, and very thankful for him. He's awesome.
Did you tell Chad about the prank that was played last week on the show?
I think he knew about it, but no, I don't think I did. I'm guessing news gets around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah, Chad, last week, was it? Ash, our producer, got on here and said, hurry up. Chad's at your front door. So I actually suspended the show for about a minute, went downstairs, no Chad. I'm thinking, okay, he went to the wrong street. I keep looking down the street, and I realized when everybody's freaking laughing, oh my God, he ribbed me. So that you guys were all there for my first live ribbing, you know, for what that's worth. What else do we have in here? We've got Ishmael. Ishmael, good to see you here tonight. Joey Janela's spring break was crazy. Yes, it was. That's exactly what we're going to cover here tonight. Looking forward to that. Yes, Hot Take, good to see you also. You made the live episode. Yeah, right now we're doing Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. It's been going really well for us. Oh, did I say what's
you said Wednesday?
Bro, it's just begun.
Listen. You probably are operating on like 10 hours of sleep across 4 days, right? So
actually, yeah. And then there's work, then GCW work, then podcast work, then being a fan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, the last 3 matches, I just went ahead and went off of memory for review instead of sitting down and really going through them. So, yeah, Screwball hit 19 shows. Oh my goodness. Hot take. We agree. Great show to review as well. Absolute classic. A lot went on there. Looking forward to talking about that. Likewise. Thank you, Capadon. Future Joey. Awesome to spend time with you. No kidding. I do wish we had a chance to sit just a little bit closer, but it was a hell of a lot of fun. Yeah. Joey speaks for all of us here. Everybody was dead on their feet. I'm not kidding. By clusterfuck, everybody looked like zombies. Yeah, what's up, fam? Good to see you in here. Always nice to see you in here. Amazing. Yeah. Bubba had a good time with you also. I got to take some pictures together. Anytime I see that hat in the crowd now, I know I got a friend over there.
I think his hat was stolen a couple times throughout the events.
Oh yeah, he was having a great time out there. What do we got out here? Also, Rob Dindam. Yeah. Forgot that today is 420. I'll tell you what, GCW podcast is not forgotten. It's 420. Big Capadon also. And this is another Vegas local exhausted.
I love that comment that all I had to do was watch wrestling, right? Like you see someone like Shotzi who posts, I think she said like 14 matches or something crazy like that.
Mm-hmm.
Across 4 or 5 days, right? Like we're exhausted and we just watched. Like imagine these wrestlers who didn't just work the collective and worked 10 other shows across Vegas. It's insane.
Bubba's ready to see Kendra Lust and Missy Hyatt at Homecoming. He's been bitten by the bug, everyone. He is in it.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, I marked out a little bit when she came out.
Right? No, I thought that was awesome. And then like my one buddy beside me, he's like, who's that lady? And I didn't know who it was. I had to find out after the match that was Kendra. I had no idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. I didn't know if that was his like fiance, girlfriend, or if that was just a valet he had brought in to come out. Because usually he'll have a lady with him that's usually someone he's dating.
Yeah. Well, like I'm not gonna admit, I'm gonna hide my face when I say this. I knew right away who it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Incredible. Look at this here. I think Rice Maddox had the biggest count. Look at that. Yeah, I was gonna say, what was that at, Screwball? Do you know? Let's see. 14 matches is insane. Just got to show how in demand Shotzi is. She is special. Yeah, this is fantastic.
I don't know if 14 is off a little bit. It might be more, it might be less, but it was a crazy number to do across 4 or 5 days, you know, so incredible.
Well, let me get this out of the way real quick because I feel like we're already jumping into the show. We're just excited. It's been a fantastic weekend. Joe and I have not had a chance to even talk about it that much, so there's a ton going on. Let's roll it. Please like and subscribe. Hit that notification bell. We read and appreciate all comments. Super chats are available if you want to donate. And a sincere thanks to ZSJ Mount Brooks and Sandman IBC for donating last week. We do appreciate it, and it means a lot. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with us. Sit down and relax. You are amongst friends. We're going deep into the night. Obviously, we have a lot to cover with this very busy week ahead. So I will let everyone know for right now, we're doing Joey Janela's spring break. I barely got that done amongst everything else that's going on. So we're going to be looking at spring break. And then from there, we're probably going to go ahead and at least discuss some highlights. If we had seen those matches, if there's anything worth talking about, you know, we'll talk about it for a couple minutes. Yeah, let's see who else we got in here real quick. Oh, actually, chat's flowing. Yeah, guys. Make friends. I'm not kidding. A lot of the names you see in here, you're going to see in here every week. And I don't know if you're knowing, but chat, if you can see, chat is highly positive. This is some of the great from Big Trucker. Just as I'm trying to make something heartfelt, here comes that. Okay, so yeah, I'll also agree right here. Brodie Lee Jr. is a true prodigy right now. So a natural in this. Let's see what happens. I'm curious if he's going to reach his dad's height and build. You never know.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. You know, he's only 14 and hit that growth spur, you know, so it'd be interesting to see where he actually ends up.
Fingers crossed it's taller and bigger. You know what I mean? That's the money.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree.
Okay, so yeah, the Collective from the Event Center in the Horseshoe at sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. Now, a lot of people wondered if this was going to be a better place for GCW to hold this event than last year. I know that was huge because although the venue was pretty, it came with a lot of hassles. Like, it was really a lot of hassles last year. So I want to kind of talk about that in my opinion, because I was there. And of course, chat, you want to ring in on this, or if you disagree, please give your opinion on this. But one of the positives I felt was it was on the Strip. It could be a positive and a negative, but those who want to have the experience could have that at the Horseshoe. Most everything else is accessible. The Palms was somewhat off the Strip, so Uber rides were going to cost you more to get to your favorite places, be that hotels, clubs, Area 15, any of these places that people like to go to. The Horseshoe had better room rates, but the Palms had nicer rooms with higher floors for the view. Like Vegas, it's as fun as you can afford, or as nice as you can afford. The Horseshoe Event Center was not a Ticketmaster venue. I think that's a huge positive because the fees were a huge issue with fans last year. But also add the rigid Ticketmaster rules that usually sapped away the feeling of GCW, and I'll explain that. You couldn't walk on the floor without passes. You couldn't talk with your friends after the show because they'd be pushing you out the door. Our people, GCW people, Joe, we actually need to kind of move freely and talk with each other because we're all kind of extended family. But I want to be fair. Palms had the better sound, better seating, but I don't want to discount, man. They had great seating at the Event Center. And let me tell you, big guy, that matters. That matters a lot. Sitting for 4 or 5 hours watching a show just to turn around and wait an hour and do it all over again. Yeah. That wears down on you, man. And I felt really fortunate that, it was comfortable. The place was nice and cool. And as the fans started to warm up through the night, the room warmed up, but they adjusted so nicely even for that. A lot of people felt like the Horseshoe had a couple more options because they could go elsewhere, whereas you're kind of in the same place with the Palms. The merch, the GCW merch was inside the area, not across the casino floor. That made the wrestlers and the merch more accessible to the fans. I'm sure there was more money made in that sense. Bathrooms are right there. WrestleCon was next door. No shit, next door. You could count to 10 and walk from and be just right there. It didn't take too long. Parking, negative. Parking was expensive at this place. $20 Monday through Wednesday, $25 Thursday through Sunday, and $40 for valet.
What was it last year?
The Palms was free parking, free valet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Loading and unloading docks were difficult, for somebody like me, for people. Like I said, I got locked out of the casino and trapped in an area. I was chain linked in, and there were doors that didn't have handles on the outside. So, we were out there. Onto the overall production, the lights changed color in the room. I don't know if anyone else saw that, but the green and red especially looked really good, showed up good in my wife's pictures. The chairs, like I said, extremely comfortable. A lot of people had more arm space. I don't know if you're used to those, the way the rows are built at GCW on the East Coast, but literally you're, crunched in pretty good.
Yeah.
And we actually had a little extra space. So even that was nice. I'm going to tag us in. Ryan, good to see you flying, Ryan. Another one, I didn't want to name too many names, but I want to say this for sure. I had a chance to spend a little time just saying hello and seeing him in short bursts, and fantastic gentleman. Deceptively tall. I want to tell everybody that I'm a taller guy, but he is deceptively tall, and that's promising. And intelligent young man. And I think he has a great future ahead of him. Yeah. I really enjoyed him a lot. So I just wanted to put that out there. Definitely one to watch if you're not already watching.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that.
Let's see here. Hot Take said I had to take a couple-hour break from wrestling to watch Leaving Las Vegas just for the vibes. The assortment of prices across the board. Trying to see what I had to say here elsewise. The speakers in the room live, a lot of fans will know the speakers, maybe they needed to be brought up or just had some more speakers, because the ones that we had, I felt like they were hitting the crowd and literally muffling. I was sitting ringside, and sometimes I had a hard time understanding what was being said on the mic. Excuse me there. I'm trying to think if there was anything else. I was also guessing we had the FSW ring. I'm sure maybe I'm wrong here, but it had a squeak to it. Zachary Wentz kept like bouncing on it during the Rascalz match just to make it. And he's like, squeak, 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 squeak. And all the fans are like, could you please stop that? Camera crew, some of the best around. John Pine, love you, brother. You're one of the best out there. The entire camera crew, met them all. Primal, great group of people. They were so busy and dead on their feet too. You know what I mean? Like it was show, take a breather, show, take a breather, show. No shit. There were people literally sleeping in the back and around the area, just getting rest. All hands on deck effort. And I think everybody did, wonderful on that. I met a ton of listeners and people from chat. I want to say I love y'all for being a part of this. I didn't know how much time we actually do spend together and how much it does matter to others. And I want to tell everybody it was really, it meant a lot. I went home after all this. I kind of just gathered everything that was said to me from, everybody, and felt like it was smart to rededicate myself to the podcast. I got a lot of love, and I really appreciate that. So thank you so much to everybody for that. A lot of new faces, a lot of familiar faces, all love, all hugs, and it was appreciated.
That's cool to hear, man. That's cool to hear that this weekend kind of like rejuvenated you and let you know like what you're doing is appreciated, is loved, is watched, and it's not going unnoticed, right? So that's really cool to hear.
Bro, I had someone come up to me and they're like, y'all are what I got. Like, I don't have friends. That got me hard. I had to step away after that and just kind of sit for a minute. Because
that's so cool, man.
Anybody who gets it knows that's rough. Number one. Number two, to admit that's even rougher. And I got to spend time with that gentleman. He was fantastic. Like I had so many stories, met so many East Coasters, listeners coming up that they just had to tell me their name and boom, I know you from Twitter. I know you from chat. I was surrounded by listeners a lot, and we did damn near everything we could to just be together. By the end of it, Reed Harris Cooper knew Capadon knew Screwball knew Manny knew, like it just kept going and going. And I think that was the point of this. I was hoping that in the end, a lot of our listeners end up connecting with 2 or 3 people. And then when they go to every show, you still got a friend when you go. Yeah. Like that's what it's about. If you're in GA, you got someone to stand with. Togetherness, family.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Right here. I also want to say thank you. This is, man, blessed. Thank you so much. It just, yes, it's been very touching and thank you so much. You've been extremely supportive, and all of you have been extremely supportive. In a world like ours, words matter. Joe, you know that.
Yes.
And I want everyone to know that, a lot of staff, a lot of people pulled me aside and said, look, I want you guys to understand, what you do is important. It's somewhat thankless, but we understand what you're doing here. You have a good heart. You guys all have your, everything in the right place. That includes you. That includes Screwball, Frank, and Brant. Absolutely. So I wanted you to know also, because I haven't had a chance to talk to you. Man, everybody is so happy with what's going on. And then when I told everybody you're in addition to the team, boom, like, you already know Brett was cool with it. Chad was, obviously that's an easy one. A lot of the wrestlers too were like, oh, hell yeah. Good to have him on there. They know you, you're deep, you're an OG. So it kind of, but I just wanted to kind of just say that out front. I didn't know how I was going to say it, and I didn't know how it was going to go, but awesome. Really.
You need that kind of weekend, right? It rejuvenates you to come back even harder. You know what I mean? Like it just helps reset you and be like, this is what I'm doing does matter. What I'm doing is being seen, right? So that's really cool to hear.
Look at this. You guys do the absolute best of job reviewing stuff that I've seen in any capacity, not just wrestling. 100%. Thank you. Authenticity's been, if I'm having a rough time, I tell you guys. And I'd want people to tell me the same thing too. It's perfectly fine. That, like I said, this is a family situation. You guys make my days better when you're live. No joke. That's why I love, family.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
look at
what's up.
last week, man. We went 4 hours, and it didn't even feel like 4 hours, right?
Just
Like
chilling.
the chat was flowing, everyone was commenting, and it went, like 4 hours felt like an hour, it went.
You did know we didn't even get into like match 3 until an hour and a half in and shit. Like,
Yeah,
it was just natural flow.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But yeah, I felt like I needed to rededicate. Everybody knows, this podcast here has actually seen, the passing of my mom, my only brother. Like, so much shit has went on. And then they saw that Brant was gone. And I told people live, man, I didn't know how important he was until he wasn't there. So these things, like, this is truly a family. If I don't have Frank or if I don't have Screwball at some point, I actually do miss it. Like, everybody, including you, were absolutely hand selected out of a ton of people for various reasons. And I told you, you gave me my first shot and you're a bad motherfucker. And that's actually why. It was full circle, dude. So yeah. And yeah, see, here we are. Joe's been a great addition. I think
that.
Absolutely. You're a good dude and I'm happy to have you here. Yeah, Screwball. The stream is buffering on it. Man, you gotta do this after you watch the show. You know how important the Game Changer World podcast is. But yeah, the place was full of people. Great feeling. I'd say right around 2K or more for spring break was a great way to put that right there. By the end of match 1, you just stand up and look around. It's just a sea of people. Just a sea of people. There were also bleachers. Man, was it so nice to have bleachers for the people in the back that may be shorter or people that can only afford GA but maybe need to sit. It also filled the room because as the people were higher up, the room looked more full from hard cam. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
you know
I mean? it looked packed.
Yeah. Oh, bro, and it sounded good too. Everything sounded good. Good night, good energy. Very much true. Hot take. There we are. And Frankie, that's my boy right there. Love you guys. We love you too, Frankie. We know you're working your ass off. And Frankie might be going to a couple shows soon, so we might be seeing him on here with us, Joe. It's going to be kind of fun. That's the man right there, Beast Man. Like I said, no names. I don't give a shit. Beast Man, it was good to meet you, dude. I haven't had a chance to meet him. He's from my neck of the woods where I grew up. And it was fun. I could have sat down and talked with him for a lot longer. People from our area kind of have a vibe. And you know what I mean? Like, we have the same kind of, like poor steel country kind of vibe. I don't know what to call it, but I could tell that he and I could talk for a little bit. Good man. Also, like I said, a very good man. Yeah, the house was nuts. Shout out Beast Man husking all week long. ZMZO, good to see you in here. I don't know. I just wanted to grab a little more with chat tonight, only because I feel closer to them after all this.
Yeah,
I know. For all the good and bads, I feel closer.
Listen, feeling the way you feel is 100% natural, man. So let it out. Let everyone know how thankful you are that they're here every week. You don't got to apologize for that or blame yourself.
You're starting to learn me though. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't try to do too much bragging, and it's
No, I get it, man. You don't. Yeah. It's good to have that 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 reassurance every now and then.
Bro,
like it's good to hear.
I think it's just because this was the first time we've now had our 4-year, and now it's an official podcast. Maybe it was the first collective where the podcast was really kicking, but man, all of this came at the right time for me personally. It really did.
Yeah.
Yeah. See. Frankie, you're going to see this too, Joe. It's really fun just to get around when listeners start to talk to you. Like, you get this real cool feelings that like, yeah. Speaking of cool feelings, it felt like we've known each other for years. Yeah, brother. Just like that. You can tell with some people, you know what I mean, Joe? Like, yeah, we clicked on that one. So, hot take. The Triller subscription was more than worth it this month. Can't believe some shows were charging extra pay-per-view prices though. Hog doing that for what it is for them, and average show was, they did what is for them and average show. Yeah, I didn't actually watch it. Did you check out any of the House of Glory, Maple Leaf Pro?
I didn't, because I think that was like $59 for like a subscription of everything that was going on at that event center that weekend. Yeah. So I was like, collective is more than enough for me. So I didn't even
I get that. I actually stayed. Everything that I watched was at the Collective. I wasn't about to go to all the other places. I was watching people run themselves ragged though, trying to get just out of pure love.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Screwball, 19 shows,
19.
bro, out of pure love.
And he worked some of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I mean, I always say that too. Screwball's always first in line at a lot of these shows. True fan. I mean, true fan. So, yeah, it's just that House of Glory show. The card looks so stacked.
The card was good. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't enough to draw me away from Triller. Where I already paid a monthly subscription.
Yeah.
To then pay $59 to watch that. Right. Like, it wasn't enough for me. It was good. Don't get me wrong, but not enough.
Yeah. Screwball said he didn't do any of the Palm stuff. That's a fancy place over there. I'm just going to tell you right now. Clown's asking how much coffee did you drink, Screwball? Let's see. Shotzi, 15 appearances, 9 in ring. Thank you. That was our answer to the question right there. CML also charged for their show. Yeah, there was like a $59.99 package. I think it was
TJPW, right? Hog, a couple other
Maple Leaf.
Yeah, Maple Leaf.
There was 2 or 3 others. Yeah. CMLL, Hog, Maple Leaf.
Listen, if it wasn't, if the Collective wasn't running, I would have probably put up the $59 because there was some good cards on there. But knowing I had the Collective and how much wrestling I had to watch, I was like,
yeah,
didn't need to splurge for that.
And you were at home. You have a job. There's no way in hell you're able to watch all this.
Yeah,
the Collective was huge.
It was a lot. There was a lot of replaying it, laying down and watching it at night before I'm going to bed, and then replaying again the next morning because I might have fell asleep halfway through because there's just the time difference is what kills me, right? The 3 hour difference. 10 o'clock is in bad Vegas time, but then it's 1 o'clock here. It's like, holy crap.
Oh yeah, Screwball in classic wrestling fan fashion was loaded on Mountain Dew.
Classic Mountain Dew, or are we going like Code Red here?
You know what, guys? Let's just fucking throw it in chat real quick. Mountain Dew, OG or Code Red? What are you staying up on if you don't have coffee? We got the night and we're all together, guys. Let's just enjoy ourselves. I want to hear OG. I don't know, Voodoo, Code Red. There's some good drinks out there from the Mountain Dew
I used
family.
to be that orange. Remember that orange they had?
Mm-hmm.
That used to be my go-to, but now I'm a Code Red guy.
Code Red. Oh, there we got a one in already. We got OG. Jimmy, good to see you. See, there we go. Code Red. We got the blue. Is anybody into that new midnight at Taco Bell? They got dirty Mountain Dew now. I think
real quick,
I
would be remiss if I didn't mention Party Marty and his Baja Blast, because that the AC crew knows that's a staple on the East Coast. Party Marty, his funnel, and his Baja Blast.
By the way, I did see him shortly. Didn't have a chance to talk to him. I definitely wanted to meet him though, and just didn't have a chance. So Party, if you have a chance, next time I get a chance to meet you, I guess we could call him Party or Mr. Marty.
Yeah, Marty, whatever feels best. But one of the best people I've met through wrestling. He's just a great dude. So shout out to Party Marty and his Baja Blast.
Excellent enthusiasm too. And I also say there was a Japanese fan that was at the show. Probably one of the best fans I've ever seen or met. He was leading cheers and chants, and I mean doing the whole 9. And I only wanted to mention him because I felt like he was also one of the stars. Like, he was leading chants, he was doing the whole thing. People tried to take his Japanese flag. He was fighting with him about the whole thing.
Oh yeah, I seen that
with Atticus.
Yes.
Yeah. So that dude was the coolest. I had a chance. I told him, as a fan, you're doing it right, man. I wish we had 1,000 of you right now.
Now, is he local or is he from Japan?
I truly think he was from Japan, and I feel bad if not. But I will say, cool. when was it Kudo had went into retirement, and they did the I'm trying to think, it was when they did the induction into the Hall of Fame for Deathmatch Hall of Fame.
Oh, on was that Friday night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he was bowing in respect, and I'm just like, that's awesome. That was awesome.
That's cool.
Like, down on the floor out of respect, and I'm like, that's That's good culture right there. I thought that was cool as shit showing that. Oh, that's my friend Kai from Seattle. Okay, Joey, if you get a chance, you tell Kai, and his shit was all over Game Changer World. I think he did it right. And I thought he was absolutely awesome all night. I kept looking over there and he was like the one. So, okay, there we go. He wasn't for it. Now I'm an asshole. Oh, but I mean, between the Japanese flag and everything, I'm like, that's a Japanese, person that came over across seas. But, that's terrible. Now I feel bad. Kyle Canyon says, no soda for me. I treat my body like a temple, so just cigarettes. Fucking health nut right there, too. I'm not supposed to have soda, but I'll have some every now and then. And
I was gonna say, I thought I saw.
Is
that OG Mountain Dew?
This is the OG. Yeah. Wouldn't it have been funny if I'm sitting here sucking on it going Code Red?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what else we have here.
Taco Bell has Code Red, so you're stuck with the OG.
Yeah. Out here they have that Midnight, which is like Baja mixed with something, and then we also have dirty Mountain Dews out here. Where
we have that new thing now, dirty.
It's not bad when it's using real ice cream or cream, but like in a can, the dirty Mountain Dew has not been good. Have you tried the OG dirty Mountain Dew? It's not good.
I haven't tried it in a can. I tried it at Taco Bell. It was pretty good, but I haven't tried the can. And I'm not now.
I'm staying quiet on that one. That's a good talk to have sometime, because I know that a lot of people have been trying to figure that one out for the longest time. So Zoe, if you know, what's that?
What to talk off air?
Yeah. I can't even give a clue. ZMZO, if you want to say whatever you want to, absolutely you can in chat. I don't.
Do you know?
I'll talk to you afterwards.
Okay.
It's just, and I'll explain afterwards. There's a reason for the mystery, and it's a good reason. So
it was cool to see.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, it's been years, about probably 2-3 years since we've seen Early Morning Guy steal. 2 at least. We saw him last in like what, Las Vegas in Collective 2022 or some shit.
When was it that long ago?
That's why I'm saying at least 2 years,
it wasn't,
if not 3.
He wasn't at Philly, right?
I don't think so. No.
And he wasn't last year. So it had to be at least 3 years ago then.
Yeah, at least, because I remember seeing him in Las Vegas during that really hot ass Collective, or I don't know what we'd call it. Yeah, it was a Collective. Frankie's saying Dallas 2022. So that must have been a little after Las Vegas. And
was that like the warehouse type place that they had?
Frankie, we need you, man. Was that the warehouse? Let's see. Yeah, hot take saying I'm planning to watch everything except Mania. I had a little quiet thing at the house for night 2. Night 1, we had a couple people over, and by match 2, I looked around and everyone was asleep. They were just so exhausted. So, here we go. It was LA Fight Summer 2022. Frankie said yes, the warehouse.
Yeah, that was cool.
You guys are great. Oh, I love that place. I'd like to see him go back.
That was cool. Didn't he have a show on the Collective? Wasn't there like an Early Morning Guy steal?
Ooh, good question. I don't know about that one. I don't know.
Listen,
if I thought about how many matches I watched in 1 year, if I added up times 4.
There's times where I can like just like that. I would like, remember things, but then there's so much that I'm like, I can't remember what I ate for breakfast this morning. You want me to remember 2020?
There we go. Had his own show, Mania Weekend in LA, but not under GCW. And then Early Morning Hat Fight. That show. Okay. So that's a clue. Go watch it back. Go watch that show back and watch the moves.
Okay.
That's all. Even that may be given away, but real fans would go back and kind of watch it and be like, okay, who's got those moves? Who is that? I was told it was apparent on that show if you watch it. So I don't know. We'll see what goes on there. We're only 35 minutes in. You want to go to match 1?
Let's go. Real quick before we jump into this match. Question. Yeah. So I know I see some people on Twitter talking about it and stuff, I think the match name threw some people off. They grabbed the brass ring,
Mhm.
chairs match, and then there was pinfalls.
Yeah.
I saw some people who were a little confused with that.
So were people live.
Okay.
So I'll be fair about it and honest with it from the get-go. When I saw the fact that Manders was the only one that earned a shot in, and then everybody else was just put in, I automatically said, I mean, by storyline alone, I'm going to push for Manders because Manders is the only one that earned it. Everybody else just was given the shot.
Yeah, I think you said that a couple times on the show
yes.
too. Like he's the only one that qualified.
Yeah, so I mean, when I'm looking at that, I'm like, okay, this is, first of all, there were a lot of stars in that first match. So, okay, let me do this real quick. Joey Janela's Spring Break 10 from the Horseshoe in sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. Our first match was a grab the brass ring, doors, ladders, and chairs match. We had 11 participants, one called Manders, Bear Bronson, Charles Mason, Gringo Loco, Man Like Doris, Masato Tanaka, Shotzi Blackheart, Sydney Akeem, Teriyaki, Vengador, and Viperous. What were we talking about before I got into that other crap?
We were talking about two things. One, Manders being the only one that qualified, and then also we were talking about the pinfalls being a little confusing with the stipulation of the match.
Yeah, so I'll kind of go back a little bit even further on that. When we were all sitting there live, all of us are talking and looking at the ceiling going, where in the hell are you going to hang this brass ring from? And then we realized there's no ladder in the ring. That's fair. We saw ladders around the ring. But unless they hung it from a smoke detector, a vent, or a fire, like it would have had to have been something like that. There just wasn't anywhere to really hang it. So I think it actually would have been more fun for them to just throw the thing around Chad Rico's neck and then just let everybody chase him around and whoop his ass. And whoever gets it off of Chad Rico's neck would have been the champion. But yeah, there was no grabbing the brass ring. Primarily, it was just you pin someone and then the brass ring's handed to you.
It was metaphorical grabbing the brass ring.
Yeah, which kind of maybe it's oversight, or maybe they got to the venue and said, we can't hang this thing.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but it felt like all the T's weren't crossed, the I's weren't exactly dotted, and that could be one of these situations where we're just calling it by ear when we get to that point. And this is independent wrestling, so we're not booking a year out like Vince McMahon used to. And yeah, I mean, there's been times where, I mean, I can hear the main event getting figured out 2 hours before the show goes on air.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's indie wrestling. Anything can change at the drop of a dime.
And things do change. You know, right now you've had to deal with it. Someone doesn't show up. Guess what? Someone needs to fill in. Like there's
someone texts you at 4 a.m. Hey, car just blew a gasket, not making it to the show, right? And you're rearranging everything last second, right? So definitely understand that.
Yeah, or if you're the unlucky one where someone has 4 people in the car and the car goes down mid-trip.
Yeah.
You know, that's terrible. And nobody ever thinks about that. It's not just the person missing, it's finding a replacement.
Yes.
It's not always either, and it's a suitable replacement because there's
suitable.
Plenty
That's
of people.
The biggest thing, right? Suitable is the biggest, right? Because if you got Nick Gage on the card and he can't make it, you know, you can't replace him with any Joe Schmo from down the block, right? Like you need to make the people's money worth it.
And that's not always easy.
No.
Let's see here. Hot Take said Manders was the obvious winner, but it was still very fun. Yeah, you also though had a wrecking ball in there like Bear, and you have all these other. To me, I could have seen 3 singles or tag matches out of the 11 that were in there. I felt like these were a lot of my favorites, you know, in this match. So that's what made it fun, but also very difficult to watch because you know they're blowing so many people up front on the card here. You know,
man like Doris too. He always does it for me. Remember, I believe it was 2 years ago with the stink face. Remember when he was trying to get and then this year with the kissing, he was trying to like my turn, right? So he always has one of those moments in the match where he's always like making the crowd crack up. So shout out to him because he's always a character when he's out there.
Tons of personality. I even said that before. Even if his wrestling wasn't any good, his personality definitely puts him over in several categories, and he just so happens to be a badass fucking wrestler too. So
yeah,
it kind of all works out.
Exactly.
There was something in here I wanted to get. Crow Fairy Tale, welcome. Good to see you tonight. We always see you here. Yeah, we've got so much going on. Talk is going on. I can't even keep up with it. Thank you so much. Here, look at this. Yeah, that was actually funny. Darius getting his intro cut short because that's an awesome song. I like both of his intros. The one where he's kind of like rapping through it, and then this one.
Yeah,
it's like two different feels. But yeah, this one has more of a party atmosphere feel, where the other song you're just kind of vibing to it.
Yeah, and I love the if I'm not mistaken, him and Tanaka in this match were going back and forth with the 0-1-2-1 type things. That was pretty funny to see too. Dude, and the chair shots between Tanaka and Bear. I think that was this match. Every match is starting to kind of like go into a soup. Yeah. Very good soup, but I definitely understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's all getting lost in the mix there. Okay, so I wrote here, the first match was beautiful chaos. The wrestlers tore the house down. It started when Charles Mason blindsided man like Darius when he was going through his entrance and knocked out one of the cameras. Gringo was diving from the top rope to the floor in the first 30 seconds of the match. Sydney and Teriyaki took a tumble from the top rope to the floor and no one caught them. Their impact live was an audible thud, and I had the guy next to me actually say he felt the vibration through his shoes, like the thump. You could feel it at home too. You could feel it. Like it just, visibly. There was 4 people in my house watching it. The room was silent when that happened because they were like, he's not moving. Like we were definitely nervous for Sydney in that moment. All you heard was from the crowd, and it was silence. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like they reacted to the impact, and then it was silence because everybody realized real quick this ain't a game. Somebody really got fucked up here. Yeah, that was very scary. So what was the floor? Was that like carpet or was that like really hard? So it was carpet laid over concrete floor. There was a small amount of padding that was laid down so that you know how they have padding for the ring? Yeah. They put the padding down, then they put the posts and whatnot. That was what they had here. And then for like NJPW and some of the crazier stuff, they would have tarps that were laid down on the ground. And you could see those really well at the NJPW show right before that killer main event. Like they had us all stand up, move out of the way. They were taping down tarps, and the tarps were, we were a good 10 feet or more from the front row, was a good 10 feet or more away from the ringside. They really kept us back. And I honestly feel it was for good reason. And I love being in the action, but it flew out of the ring. There was a lot of shit that went out of the ring very often. And, you could tell there wasn't as many like splash zone type, topes and shit going on. I don't know. I think it was, look, it definitely hurt. Looked like it hurt either way. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, Terry's young, but Sydney's young too, but I'm telling you, full grown man shit, that's going to hurt. They came off 10, 12 feet from above. Terry, I think, took the brunt of it because I think, was it Terry that was in the air, or I don't know which one, but whoever was on top really took it hard. And I think it was Sydney. Yeah, I think Sydney took the hardest, flat on his back. Yeah. And then, we're talking minutes later, Terry and Sydney are back in the ring. Yeah, I was like, this man, you're going to have to get a stretcher for this man because that was bad. And then, he's back in the match. I'm like, this is crazy. And you can even tell when he was doing, when Sydney was doing his backflips, you could see that third rotation on the backflip. He really slowed down. He damn near didn't get through it. You could tell he was really going through some pain. Yeah. Teriyaki didn't show it as much, but Sydney, he was feeling it the next day for sure. Vengador had some big spots and shined. Also, he was the one whose move triggered the top rope harness to break from the ring post. Fans went nuts. Everybody was rising to their feet, doing the holy shit chants. To be part of this live, you're feeling it at home. To be part of this live and watch the entire fucking match just fall apart from different. I call this match chaotic. Like, Charles Mason here, the agent of chaos, probably the only true heel in this match. Masato Tanaka joined the fight mid-match, and they had a solid exchange. Masato and Darius had their 0-1-2-1 chant you were just talking about. Mason was kissing Shotzi, then smiling as Bear beats him with a chair. I did like that. I don't know if anybody else saw it, but Bear was beating Charles Mason with a chair, and he's smiling about it. He liked it.
And I don't know if that'll go to something down the road, but the camera caught it. So, who knows? Baron Tanaka had a classic ECW / Mike Awesome style slugfest with the chairs. The fights broke into the crowd as the ring crew was trying to fix the rope. Baron Tanaka was fighting around the ring. Shotzi sets up a huge ladder. Charles Mason, in total heel fashion here, was dragging away the ring crew as they're trying to repair the ropes. A huge safety first chant broke out through the crowd. Vipers and Shotzi kissing on top of the ladder was a big highlight for a lot of people. Shotzi jumps off into a Hurricane Rana, and Vipers hits a huge plancha from that ladder. Bodies everywhere. Darius hitting an impressive 450 from the second rope. I'll stop right there. A 450 from the second rope.
That was one of the coolest spots to see overall, like them adjust on the fly and still make it work.
Well, that was the thing, because when you're there live, you can see the communication on the floor. You can see what's going on, how they're trying to figure it out. That's when you can tell who the real veterans are. Yeah. Is a good way to put it. Who the veterans are, really, your decision makers. Who takes the initiative to be the person that gets in the ring and keeps rolling with it. That top rope broke, and I'm like, okay, well, that's Gringo's rope. That was the Gringo rope. So but again, people like Darius and whatnot, they made the most of it, and I think they did a damn good job. Vengador with a no-hand suplex on Teriyaki. We had an all these guys chant. Vengador set up a ladder and bridges another ladder across it and connects it to the second rope. He jumps on it. Gringo jumped on it, delivered a base bomb through a door. We had holy shit chants there.
That was another scary spot.
Oh, it was. He hit the door, but I'll tell you, I was watching the rotation. I'm like, oh shit. Clown said the ghost of Sabu broke that rope. Oh, that's right. Yeah, broke with his match and art. Oh my gosh, Clown with the history. Good shit, man. I'm with Hot Take. The rope actually made everything better.
Yeah.
Mason stopping guys from pushing them over. It was funny, but also it kept the chaos rolling. And I think that's what a heel should always want to do is, no, fuck that. We're going to keep fighting this way. The second worst bump of the weekend after Alec Price's match with the steps. Okay. So we watched that bruise happen live, and I can tell you, it looked worse the day of than the day after. It was really interesting because, a bruise usually spreads and then it really turns dark on the next couple of days.
It looks worse before it gets better.
Bingo. And I don't know if they did a little something with makeup or just he's one hell of a healer, but we expected to see a big old purple spot like the size of the back of his leg, and it just wasn't that prominent.
Yeah.
So
thank God it wasn't anything more, because Achilles right there and stuff like that. It could have been a lot worse. So.
Yeah. And the big question then, a lot of people were like, well, whose steps was that? Was that the local? Was it this? Was it that? It was actually the steps from the hotel. Those were the ones. And the stage also was provided by the hotel. So we decorated it, obviously. But as far as I know, the stage steps, all that was provided.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we had the screens, we had, the TV, stuff like that was ours. Speakers were ours, things like that. But yeah, so glad Alec was okay here. So that's the other thing. That was not the only rope break. I think Action Wrestling also had the bottom rope break. Screwball, correct me if I'm wrong there. Yeah, Mason's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Hot Take said the same thing. Yeah, guys were doing top rope moves off the middle. Like it ratcheted up the difficulty, and fans who know that shit, like most of us, appreciated it for what it was. Vipers has Mason upside down and pile drives him through a door on the floor. Here comes Christian Napier to wreck things, and that's when Matt Tremont's music hits. He comes out and launches a chair at Napier's head, dropping him. Manders back in, huge shots back and forth with Vengador. They matched up well, and I would actually be interested in a singles match between Manders and Venga. Vengador off the very top of the ladder and splashes onto Manders. He makes Vengador eat a few door shots and covers for 3. So our winner and the newest recipient of the brass ring, one called Manders. I wrote this was a beautiful example of why I love GCW. It was toughness, aggressive moves, chaos, rabid fans, and unpredictability. If I had more of that at GCW, I would be a happy, happy boy. What do you think, man?
No, I agree with what you say about this is GCW. This is, what fans have known and come to love about the product. It gives you it. To me, it was the best example of GCW all wrapped in one, right? You had the hardcore, but it also had every other style of wrestling wrapped in one. You're going to see a little bit of everything at a GCW show, and this match here showed that, right? And so I loved it. I thought, like you said, the top rope breaking, added to the chaos. It really, to me, it showed like how good these workers are because they were able to adapt so fast on the fly. So especially when they had so many guys who did use top rope moves and they were able to pivot and make it work still was very cool to see in such a large stage like that. But yeah, overall, this match here, again, I think I said it last week, but this match here, if someone says, what's a good match to watch for GCW? I'm pointing towards this one.
You said that perfect. I said any other night, this could have been a main event match.
Oh, for sure.
Any other night, this would have been the main event match, and this would have been talked about for weeks. Yeah. This is one of those ones. The only other thing I have here was that George Kittle came out to present the ring. Kittle was his old roommate, Mander's old roommate at Iowa.
Oh, I did not know that. I know Kittle came out, but that was pretty cool. I did not know they were roommates, and it was cool to see him, at the Collective. That was really cool.
Well, I will tell everybody if they get a chance. I had an interview with Manders. You'd have to look that up on Game Changer Weekly for Body Slam. Check that out if you have a chance, though. We had a good time together. This was pre 24K tournament win. So this was Manders before the ball really started rolling in his direction. And one of the stories there was the fact that him and Kittle were roommates at Iowa when he was there. Also, his Hawkeyes were the only ones that I can remember in a long time that beat my Ohio State Buckeyes. So fuck that too. There was a lot going on here, almost 22 minutes long. Is there anything else on this match you wanted to mention that maybe didn't get covered?
I think we covered all the key spots. I know, and you mentioned it, but I really want to echo Mason pivoting on the fly there, attacking the ring crew, just added so much to the character even more, that he really is a deranged man who he doesn't give a shit who you are, right? Like, if you're in his way, he's taking you out. So that I loved that part of the match.
Everyone in the match was also smart enough to leave open doors for other things with their participants. Absolutely. And this one really got me because, yeah, you could have had an injury just based on the fact that Vengador was actually looking for that rope to be there for him. If anybody's ever tried to step down or do something on the steps where you think there's another step and there's not, or you don't think there's another step and there is, you understand how the muscles in his back may have been primed to bounce. And then when it doesn't bounce, yeah,
and you're already about to be in the air too at that point, so that's definitely probably a scary situation for him in that moment to be in.
So we thought about this too. Would you have rather had that rope break with him like that or with him right side up? And I'll be honest with you, I think he actually saved his ass by knocking out that rope with his legs, because I think that he would have went completely over the top if he would have hit that rope with his upper body.
Yeah, and then you don't know where he's actually going to land at that point. It's so unpredictable because the rope falling could have projected him onto the outside. Who knows at that point? You're muted.
We had a lot of time to look at everything this weekend, and that was one of the ones was he's actually lucky that it was his legs coming off that and not his upper body. He would have just fallen out of the ring.
Yeah.
And that would have just added to the freaking chaos that was already going on.
Controlled chaos, though.
Yeah, we'll call it that. Yeah, that's what the professionals call it. But no, honestly, given the circumstances, I think everybody was a total professional, and the communication was fantastic for them to put together what they did, given the circumstances. Yes. It's an ode to everybody that was in that match, and because everything that they did, I felt was about as perfect as it could be, and the fans saw that. and we appreciated them for it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I would have to say one of my favorites of the weekend. So
I can agree there.
One of the favorites, because there was some other stuff here. Look at Mr. Fancy Pants, producer Ash. There's my rib master. Just started watching, sitting in the United Lounge at LA. Listen to him. Okay, well, don't spill your martini there. I love you, Ash. Thank you so much for everything you did this weekend. You were absolutely wonderful, and anybody who has to deal with me is a very patient man. So thank you so much. What did Capadon say here? Would have been a disaster if the ring was really broken at a weld. Oh, 100%. So when that break happened, that was the first thing I did, was I looked like, where did it break? What broke? So, and yeah, luckily it wasn't one of the weld. Ooh, that would have been, we would have had a whole other problem on the main show, but fortunately we didn't hear. Yeah, Ash, you should be happy. It's a pretty good show out there. Hot Take says that match was an example of how in wrestling more can be more. Overkill can work. I'll be honest, that actually killed the crowd a little bit for a while. It was that emotionally exhausting live.
Yeah, a lot of near falls, a lot of false finishes at the end there. Totally.
New shit we haven't seen, shit being called on the fly that we know wasn't really part of it, and that kind of made it more, Yeah. I want to say this right here. My brother, Frank, how you doing? I want to say something real quick. Shout out to the LA crew. I know we do this all the time. Joe, you've already heard me say it a couple times. The LA crew is fantastic. They travel well. They're great fans. There's a whole group of them. Yeah, Frank's saying too. He and I are about the same age. We're both 25. He said he still cooked. Long ass week. It really was. But I'll say it here. Like, I was included in a picture. I love the guys. That meant a lot to me. This is another one of those stories I just don't tell unless. Thank you so much, Frank. Do appreciate you, sir. I do try to find you every show now just to at least say hi. One of the good ones. Frank's good people, man. He's doing good work out there. Okay, should we go into match 2? It's only 58 minutes in.
Yeah, let's dive in. I felt like this match suffered a little bit because of the placement.
You know what? We'll start right there. It actually did, because everything was so wild in the first match that it took away a little bit of the energy from the second match, because the fans were just gassed.
Yeah.
The fans were probably at 60 or 70% of where they normally would be, especially for a match of this high caliber. The Rascalz, you got YDNP. We're talking pretty much all signed talent in this ring.
Yeah.
Very fortunate for that, by the way. Let's see here. Oh, Joe, thanks for helping out with the pod. I'll look for you at yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, yeah, y'all gotta meet up sometime. Honestly, all good people. I haven't met a single person yet that's peeing on my shoe or mean to me. Everybody appreciates what we all do, so thank you for that. All right, on to our second match here. This was a 6-man tag team match. We had the Rascalz versus YDNP and Marcus Mathers. I said this on the last show, but Marcus Mathers have spent over 10 matches with YDNP, and I'm starting to think that he's primarily just a third member. You know what I mean? He's been booked. He's been booked like that for the last couple months. So at this point, I almost say he's a third member, but I keep him separate as Marcus Mathers, since one's going one direction and those two are going, the AEW direction.
Yeah. No, yeah, and I definitely think he fits perfectly with them. It fits well with the group and everything overall.
So, that's the other thing. Young, athletic, and he actually brings something different to the team. He's doing things that Alec isn't doing. I don't say can't do, because I'm sure he's capable, but he's just doing what other people aren't doing, and so on and so forth. Alec does things that Jordan don't do. And like I said, I think Marcus fits in there because he's doing things neither of Bustin and neither of them do.
I'm going to use a phrase here that I absolutely despise, but you hear wrestling people say it a lot. He's a little more flippy than the other two, right? Like,
yes,
he's a little more flippy in the ring than the other two. So, and I hate that word flippy, but you hear it a lot. But he definitely provides things that you said not can't do, but just at this time don't do.
Yeah, it's just not the moves he chose to do to express himself. You know. But yeah, this match, my notes. First thought, this was a great wrestling follow-up to the chaotic match before it. I knew it would be exciting, but I also knew I could sit back in my chair and enjoy the chess match comfortably. The first match blew a lot of the energy out of the crowd. That energy did not recover quickly. There were huge Rascal chants from the fans. I also want to say welcome to all three Rascals to GCW. This was the first time having all three in the ring together. Marcus did a ton of the wrestling for his team throughout the match and also took a brunt of the Rascals offense, especially in the front end. Desmond Xavier did a lot of early work in the ring also. Damn good job all around by him. Zachary had a lot of fan interaction from the ring apron. We were right there next to him, and he was constantly talking shit. He was constantly making jokes. Like I said earlier, he would jump purposely to make the ring squeak. And for people who can't stand that, it was like nails on a chalkboard. I also want to give Zach credit for that in-ring tribute to X-Pac. He did the Bronco Buster and then finished up with the Suck It. Thought that was cool. Alec Price
a
did,
little bit at that point.
bro, they were all having fun, and that was important. Like I said, I felt like this match, I knew there was going to be wrestling, and I wanted to just settle in and see what the future looks like, because I knew, and I said this last week, I knew this match is probably not going to happen again, especially at a GCW ring. These guys are all moving up. Like, this was a last chance effort to get them together, and I feel we were very fortunate for that. Alec Price did not show any issues from that leg injury. Again, I kind of got ahead in my notes there, but he didn't show it. Rascals used early numbers when attempting a pin on Marcus. Watching Myron Reed double drop kick both members of YDNP off the ropes onto the floor was that was probably where the match started to pick up. Myron, always impressive. We saw Killer Kelly later in the collective, and I wasn't sharp enough to think they'd probably be traveling together, because they always do. Jordan Oliver really pulled off a cool spot where he pointed to his head and executed a 2-count double pin on Xavier and Zachary at the same time. YDMP was much more involved in the second half of the match, and that's when tag rules broke down and action picked up. Bodies everywhere. The ring ropes meant nothing to the match rules anymore, and instead were used to just do wild shit. After a little over 16 minutes long, our winner in this one was the Rascals. At the end, the fans were chanting all these guys. They love the match. And again, I'm surprised we haven't seen the Rascals a touch more at GCW. They've always torn it up, either as group or singles when they've been here. And I'm okay to say, if possibility, man, more Rascals. What are your thoughts on this match?
Yeah, I loved this match. Again, like I said earlier, I felt like the placing threw it off a little because they absolutely killed it. I do agree with your assessment that early on in the match, Marcus took a brunt of it. And then at the end, obviously, he took the pin. I think that has probably a little bit to do with, even though Marcus is a ID'd talent, he's not officially assigned talent. So the safe bet to keep everyone happy would have been to have Marcus take the pin there. So no AEW officially signed talent took that pin. So I love that there. Marcus, to me, here proved that he belongs to be signed. I know he's ID, but I mean like officially signed. Held his own in this match. Didn't look like he was a fish out of the water. Looked step for step with every one of these other guys. And then the last thing I want to touch on is the Rascals and GCW more. I think, talking about match made in heaven, they fit the GCW brand perfectly. And if AEW will allow it, I would love to see them more in the product, whether together, single, whatever it may be. More is better from those guys.
And I see the possibility too. A lot of tag teams, I don't see this, but this is a tag team where I see any of them breaking into singles action being just as good. So I could see a 3-man Rascals team being used as tag, being used in singles. You know, like picking up 3 men can be used 6, 7, 8 different ways. You know, you could have these 2 as a tag. These other 2 could form a completely different tag. You've got trios, you've got singles options. It's pretty nice. Also, I don't know how or why. I would love to see the clash of styles, Vandal 48 versus the Rascals, and see what kind of chaos that would break into. I'm curious because you do have the more hardcore style of Vandal 48 matched up against the not so hardcore style, but more of a technical kind of high flying type abilities there. I would like to see how those mesh together. I think that it'd be cool to see the Rascalz go to the deathmatch side, but even be more cool to see the Rascalz stretch the wrestling abilities of Vandal 48.
Yes. Maybe, how about best of both worlds? Just a hardcore match, not death match. Maybe little tables, little ladder, something like that. I think would be the best of both worlds.
Brother, that and pizza are the only two things in my life I'll never turn down. Hardcore match and pizza. That's what John wants.
So
what
you're saying is you want pizza while watching this hardcore match. Is what it sounds like you're saying.
That's the only way it works, man. Can't watch this shit hungry.
Yeah. Especially not on 420.
No, oh, no, hell no. Any other thoughts on this match between, YDNP, Marcus, and the Rascalz?
Not that I can think of now. If something comes up, I will kind of my ADHD brain works like that where, I got to jump back to it real fast. But again, shout out to these guys. Following up that opening match is not an easy task. And they still, towards the end, got the crowd back into it, which was cool to see. But again, Marcus is my MVP of this match because he, took the brunt, but still was able to look strong. So overall, great match from these guys.
And again, after such a chaotic hardcore match, bringing it back down into a classic number 2 where it's a wrestling match and really, brings the temperature back down and lets everybody know what here we're wrestling. Don't forget we're still wrestling,
That infamous wrestling chant, right? Like everyone yells out.
No eating well. Oh no, tell me you ain't puking. Tell me you ain't get. He sees a little blood. He's like, onion rings are coming back up, bro.
The only time like that is when they pull out syringes. I can't get down with that.
Oh, what is a weapon? I don't like a knife or guns. I feel like they're too weird. One crazy wrestler could pull out a gun. One crazy wrestler could. He's like, I'm gonna be famous for life. People are weird, but I've always felt weird around. I've had one in my face, so I always felt weird about that. You know what I mean? Someone tried to rob me in Cleveland one time. So, like, once you get that, hey, this person's in charge of my life, whether I like it or not, it's a little scary. So, you know what I mean? Like, when you're on the other end of that gun, they're technically your life is in their hands and you're powerless. So I'm not really big on guns. But that's personal preference. I don't care. I'll watch anything, but I feel like there's another weapon. I can't remember what it was. ADHD will come back on me too here. I'll remember it in 30 minutes.
Squirrel.
So no kidding. I've actually learned because of that. When you see me looking down to the left, I'm actually taking notes. Because I forget while you're talking and I listen to everything you're saying. So the thought that I had 2 minutes ago is gone. You know what I mean? Like I'll square off. I listen to you intently enough to where I'm like, okay, what happened to my thought? So I've just learned to write it down off to the side of me and then look at it for, something later. I think we're good on that one. Ready to roll into match 3?
I am. I was a little shocked to see if this was the third match on the card, if I'm being honest.
I've actually been surprised quite a few times that the GCW World Championship hasn't been last. But at the same time, I do understand that Matt Tremont held the UV Championship. Also, he's usually in death matches, so it's a perfect way to end an evening. I've seen multiple times where the GCW World Championship can be like match 5 on the card. I don't know the process behind it, but I don't really think it's affected the energy of any of the matches. I do know that energy always picks up for the main event. Everybody knows, let's get it out of our system. I'll get to this one and I want to see what you have to say. So us fans, we're still getting back their wind from match 1. We were maybe about 90% back from where we should have been by the time this match rolled around. First thing to mention, Hayabusa is more of a classic wrestling style with some high spots in between. Atticus dives more into the hardcore scene with different gimmicks. I doubted we would actually see Atticus cutting Hayabusa's chest or face, and I doubted that Atticus breaks this down into a 15-minute theatrical wrestling match. especially with the language barrier. But I was wrong. They both put together a solid wrestling match. Atticus has skewers and stabbed Hayabusa with them. He was throwing chairs at Hayabusa's head. Very little was compromised between the two. Hayabusa had a huge dive early. It woke me up to the fact we're about to see something special. I felt that this was a well-sold story of struggle. Atticus has always done a great job showing pain and frustration. If you have a chance, watch him sell that. Wild spot with 6 chairs being set up, and Cogar backflipped off the top turnbuckle and ate shit hard through them onto the ground. I feel like maybe he was just off and to the left a little bit, and he hit that second chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a scary spot a little bit, seeing his legs kind of buckle over the top of those chairs. He got up and props to him. He kept it going, but that was a scary spot.
Oh, it's really been wild because, yeah, honestly, that spot right there. Oh my goodness. Live, it looked nasty as fuck because you just see legs and arms.
Yeah. Not
attached to the body. Like when arms and legs are out in a motion that they're not controlling them, they're out of control. Yeah. And you just see asses and elbows flying everywhere after he went off that top rope. Atticus takes his own skewers to the head and ate a poison rana onto those skewers. Atticus kicks out of a 2 count by referee Max Recon. Hayabusa up top misses a moonsault. Atticus hits the brain hemorrhage and covers for 3. Our winner and still your GCW world champion, Atticus Cogar. What did you think?
I think one of the viewers said it also, like, no one went into this match thinking Atticus was losing.
Same.
Because, it was for the title. So I maybe wished that it wasn't for the title and we just had, like, a match here, a big match at spring break. I know you need the GCW title on spring break, but it just took away a little bit for me because I kind of went in this knowing, like, Atticus was winning. But they did deliver still, even with that. I did think they were going to go a little hardcore because some of the promos leading up to it, Atticus hinted at how he wasn't in that style of wrestling. And then at the end, it said yet, which to me kind of echoed home that we were going to see something in this match.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like you said, great storytelling here. Blended both styles of wrestling perfectly. And it forced Atticus to do a little bit more technical. But also, I was shocked when the skewers came out, and so it was a good match to me, a good way to kind of, again, get everyone back into it again.
Yeah.
Overall, though, Atticus as GCW champion, I absolutely love it, considering the history of Atticus. So, long title reign for Atticus. Please keep the title for as long as possible.
And I'm going to echo what you were thinking here. A lot of the smart fans think the same thing. I didn't think we'd have a new world champion tonight. I don't think Hayabusa was going to start traveling from Japan 3 weekends a month to tear it up in Wisconsin and North Dakota.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it just ain't happening. And I'll just mention it again. Atticus trying to rip the Japanese flag out of the fan's hand was classic. And they fought over it. Dude talk shit afterwards. Like, Atticus is walking off. He's all flexing and shit. It was funny. Here's my question for you and for chat. Please give me your responses. Did Hayabusa live up to the hype?
I talked about this a little bit last week about how the character, the gimmick, to me, I'm not all the way behind it just because we know that it is, not the same person. So to me, it is still a little, but overall, I came out like, okay, this is a great homage to the original character. So I thought it did live up to the hype very well. You're muted.
There we go. Number 2. I'm getting good at this. Anybody in chat? Did they feel like Hayabusa was worth the hype, or did they feel like they needed to see more out of him?
That's a great comment there about Atticus, though.
This one?
Yes. I agree there. That Atticus is one of those talents where I'm always scratching my head, like, how isn't this guy signed? Like, just from his mindset of the wrestling business, the promos he cuts, for example, Hammerstein, when he pulled out the Megan Bayne face and he was wearing her, like, that is so different than anything you see on the indies. And to me, it's head scratching why he's still I mean, I don't know if it's a preference from him, but one of these companies needs to sign him because he's got the whole package.
You know what I told him was I think you'd be fantastic in creative.
Yes.
I think if he was allowed to just sit back one day when he's a touch older and just do creative.
Yes.
You know, some young kid comes to him, hey, I need something. He's like, you know what? I got a couple ideas cooking, because he always has ideas cooking. No one else has as many fresh ideas as what goes through Atticus. I feel like he has so many ideas that he's like spreading them out with, you know, Otis and Napier just to kind of flex all of that. I don't think they're his ideas. I just think he has an influence on them.
Yeah. I mean, he's one of the only indie wrestlers you see today where like every big match he's putting out some kind of promo, right? Like he's shooting like legit promos, right? Like it's just different than what you're seeing anywhere else.
Look at this. There's so many comments coming up on this one. A lot of people were really happy. Big Capadon was the first one that really said something here. Hot Take was also saying something. So yeah, we do have people. Yeah, it said yes, but Atticus really violated him in the promos. He had the scars and tales to tell. All I see is some young boy doing his greatest hits. And I think that's how is that not fair?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want to keep giving the kid a chance, because I also thought of that too. What happens when you're thrust into a position where, you know, it's
the legendary
no stress. Exactly. And I'm right there, especially on the indie scene where you find that storylines are really far and few between and hard to come by. Atticus is one that really does put a lot into it. Also, I feel like he throws a lot of money into new gear all the time. And, you know, time is money. So for him to sit there and put all the promos together, all the videos together, that's a ton of time. And he's still getting the same amount of money on the back end at the end of the night, you know.
Well, it's funny you mentioned gear. Were you a little shocked that he wasn't wearing the mask?
100%. I actually thought the mask was going to be held until this show, like he does with all the others. But I'm curious if there's a reason. I thought it would have been cool to have him actually face Hayabusa, like, you know,
dressed
like Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's what Atticus was going for initially throughout the whole thing, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm with Hot Take that some of that merch is just fantastic. And, you know, he does limited runs and everything else. And I feel like that's a cool way to do it. It's not easy for the people who have a little less money, but it really is kind of, you know, cool to be able to pay for something, and then he always gives you something extra in there, and half the time anymore it ends up being you know, it ends up being something badass every time.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. He the limited run merch that he does makes you feel, you know, exclusive kind of, right? Like not anyone can get it, right? Like you gotta be following Atticus to know when that stuff drops.
And that's what also is cool about it is, yeah, he's spending so much money, it seems, on his gear that there's always something fresh and new. So half the time, you're almost always getting a one of one.
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure.
I mean, come on, that's badass. And again, it's really cool that there are fans that pay for that gear, because that helps pay for the next gear.
Yeah, exactly. Full circle.
So, yeah, but it's smart, though. Once you get that ball rolling, you can find yourself with fresh gear, or you can pocket the money, whichever is easiest for you. Fun times indeed, my friend. Yeah, wish I could afford to have some shipped. Yeah, we're all poor right now. Times are tough. I'm gonna put my neck on the line and say Atticus will be the next CM Punk of the industry. Okay, very possible. And I think if he wanted to take the CM Punk attitude, if it fits his personality, he can knock it out of the park.
Yeah,
yeah. And
that's
even
the
if
first I saw that analogy,
yes.
but it really fits.
Yeah, CM Punk.
But I think Atticus, I mean, this is no knock on Punk, because Punk is great and he's a great wrestling mind, but I think Atticus is even better in terms of wrestling mind and what he's able to come up with and what he's able to produce.
Yeah, I could definitely see in-ring ability and creativity is just through the roof on him. ZMZO said dude sold a Halloween costume of his gear.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. They don't ship to Canada. What a bunch of BS. You know what though? It's expensive. Yeah. It really is what it is. In an ideal world, Atticus wins that ID tournament. in an hello. I don't want to talk too much about that, but the fans were solidly behind him last year, and you have to really close your ears to not hear that the fans were fucking all about Atticus.
Yeah, that was the coolest shit in the world when he got announced for that. I legit marked out when that happened.
Hot takes with you too. It might sound like a mad statement, but that's actually, the proof is there.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Anything else on this match before we move on?
No, I think I'm good with this match. This match exceeded my expectations. I wasn't super high on this. I love Atticus, but again, like Atticus said, it just felt like the greatest hits. But Hayabusa changed my opinion. I'm excited to see more. I would like to see a little more death match from this Hayabusa. But overall, I really enjoyed this match.
I do feel like both of their hands were slightly held because of the change. I mean, slightly held back because of the change of styles. I still want to kind of hit that just for a second before we finish, because I think that Atticus didn't get to do full Atticus.
Yes.
And I also feel that Hayabusa didn't get to go full Hayabusa. So I don't know. I don't have another.
It's funny you said that, because watching with my wife, she said that too. Like, it didn't feel like a typical Atticus match, right? Like, she's like, there's something off, right? Like something, because she loves Atticus. That's her favorite wrestler in GCW, and she's like, something's off about this Atticus match tonight. Not bad, it's just different than what we're typically used to seeing.
That's how I felt. But that's why I said I automatically assumed that there's going to be a clash of styles here.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, the communication was probably a little harder during the match and stuff like that.
I wouldn't say I want to run it back. I just felt like I would have liked to have seen someone different, but at the same time, being fair, Atticus let everybody know a year and a half ago he was looking for more high profile opponents, and congratulations, you definitely had one. So I think they did their best given the circumstances. I know that, I know that Hayabusa probably didn't want to do a lot of hardcore stuff, and I think that's fair. He's in a specific box, and I think he's staying in that box because that's his job.
Yeah.
All right, on to our next match. This is a tag team match. We have the team of Jack Perry and Marko Stunt versus the team of KJ Orso and Sam Stackhouse. Before I even start, how'd you feel about this one overall? Just kind of give me a, did you feel good going into this one? Do you think you're going to see a good one?
I did think it was going to be a good one. I think these four guys, the story out of all the matches on this card, I felt like they've done the best job of telling a story and making you care for this match. So I was excited to see the payoff there, and I do think they did deliver.
And that's what I was thinking here too. I'm going to go through that right now. I'll tell you what my notes look like. Stunt. I'm sorry. I'm tired as hell, but I'm in such a good mood. Again, how often do you hear something nice every day? I got a bunch of them. I'm riding that air until I forget. Stunt got a hero's entrance from the fans. The Jurassic Express then rolls up the ramp where our little group got locked out, and our driver on the Jurassic Express, Luchasaurus, I popped and really hoped he could have wrestled. Jack Perry walks off the bus and spits water Triple H style. Sam Stackhouse out next in one-man gang-inspired gear. He had it in black and silver. I honestly feel he nailed that. I think a lot of fans who are a little older and smart know exactly who one-man gang is, and I think he really nailed it there. KJ has a Ric Flair-inspired robe that looked really good also. Underneath, matching black and silver gear, just like Sam. I could actually see both of them using their gear again. I don't know when, but you could see it's very special. If neither of them use the gear they bought again, that would be so sad, because I really do feel that they hit it on the nose here for both of them. Ring announcer Emil is backed into a corner by Sam and KJ while he's trying to do his announcements. The "fuck you Fuego" chants were very thick in this match. Sam was talking shit and cussing at the crowd. I really loved it. You could see the heel work involved here. I was watching how heel Stackhouse would be received by fans. I was curious because Everybody kind of feels like they know him as a happy guy. He's a good guy. You know what I mean? So he has to really lean into it just a little more to really make it believable. And he got a ton of boos here. Marko immediately tagging himself in after Sam gets in the ring, really popped the crowd. And then Sam immediately tagging out, killing the momentum. Genius heel shit right there. The opening few minutes was more wrestling between KJ, Jack, and Marko. They eventually wore down KJ, but he got the blind tag. In came Sam, and that's when Marko ate a huge spinning heel kick. One of my favorite moves from Sam is that spinning heel kick. You ever see that where he does like the flip and then just boom right in the face?
Yes.
One of my favorite moves. Tables were immediately turned once Sam got in the ring. I see why they were saving him until a little later in the match, because when Sam comes in, he's almost indestructible.
Yeah, wrecking ball.
Also, I had a good time seeing Sam mock Marko's dance when he had the chance. He was doing a little. I laughed at KJ hitting Marko and posing in the corner. I also laughed at both lining up to hit Marko and went for the double eye poke instead. Did anyone catch the Mr. Happy wave that Sam gave to Jack?
No,
those little subtle things.
I'm gonna have to watch that now. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, Jack got blown off the damn ring, and you see him flying back, and he does a little.
I'm gonna have to watch that now.
Yeah. Good idea by Jack to throw KJ on Sam's back. Nice little move. There were wild swings between which team had the upper hand, which I felt kept fans on their toes. There was a spot between Sam and KJ where they both went for Marko in the corner. Marko moved, and KJ kicked Sam in the face. What made it special was the fact that it was actually executed perfectly. So I don't honestly know if it could have gotten any better than what it did. Fans actually popped live at the timing of it all. I don't know if anybody really knows that, but if you pay attention, what they did was extremely difficult. And somehow that was the first time they'd ever done that. And it was picture perfect. Fans popped on the timing. KJ sold his shock of putting boots to his partner's face. Jack and Marko decided to hit moonsaults on opposite sides of the ring onto their opponents waiting on the floor. I enjoyed the 2-count false finishes, and I feel they used them at the right time. I laughed at how far Sam sent Jack flying off the ring apron after pushing him. Stackhouse got hit with a DDT, then a destroyer, and finally a 450 splash, and still kicked out at 1. That is hoss shit. Back to tag rules. KJ low blows Jack, hits a character assassination, only covers for 2. That erupted into "This is awesome" chants. KJ goes for Jack's championship, and Emil grabs the title. KJ starts to pull on it, and it actually pulls Emil in the ring. Emil ends up sitting on the top turnbuckle. He hits a perfect tornado DDT on KJ, and to me, I feel arguably gets the biggest pop of the collective weekend. The GCW chants were flying. You could see arms going up in the air. Bro, I was there live. That the wrestlers were saying he may have gotten the biggest pop of the weekend.
No, I think he definitely did, and it was so cool to see Emil get that moment. You know, he's one of the unsung heroes of the promotion. So to see him finally get a moment like that was really cool.
Oh, I'm gonna post this when I get a chance. I got the picture from LA. Frank gave it to me. I'm in the picture over there. So, no shit. There was so much love flying around. It made my day. That's what it's all about, meeting people, you know? I'll make it simple. Marko dives into Sam, taking him out. KJ's pinned by Marko 4-3. Our winner here is the team of Jack Perry and Marko Stunt. That's when Marko grabs the microphone, tells everyone to calm down for a second, and says, "I'm fucking back." Walks out of GCW. I hope that means he's back at GCW for a while. I would like to see maybe down the road a Marko Stunt and Brodie Lee Jr. match, just because the sizes may be similar. But since Stunt is the veteran between the two, he would still be able to steer the match appropriately. And yeah, I'd like to see how Brodie maybe deals with someone like Marko. So maybe down the road something like that happens, but it's nice to dream, and it's nice to have the opportunity to dream. So
yeah,
Marko, thank you so much for coming back, bud. We actually did see that you were starting to take dates outside of the company. So, you know, the smart fans knew what was up to a degree, but we needed to hear it out of his mouth, and we did.
Yeah, that was the only thing for me. It took away a little bit from this spot was the posting of the outside bookings before this moment here, and then he does that. But like you said, not everyone knew about that. So for the fans who didn't, they popped hard for that moment.
We got a bunch of different things here. Look at this. Emil's getting a glory hog, says Ishmael. Well, now be fair. And I want to tell you this actually, because you're a fan, Ishmael. I want to say this. KJ has been fantastic to all of us, the podcast, especially B, if they're, working back and forth with each other, they're having fun. I want to say this though, KJ has been the most accepting and the most able to work with people outside of wrestling. Like the fact that he works our podcast and gets his promos in, or he works Emil and tries to add it a little bit. I don't know if anybody really knows, but that's him spreading the love around. Like, hey dude, you just talk on the microphone. Would you like for me to come on and like fucking hit some marks for you and, get you a couple of views? Yeah, dude, I would. And he does that. No, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fucking around with Brant. He's just doing that for fun, and Brant loves it. I mean, that's him including us. That's him including Emil, me, whatnot. So I do want to know that, I mean, I'm sure Emil said yes because he got the opportunity, but that wouldn't have come without, I'm sure, KJ getting involved, especially since KJ had to take the bump. So, yeah. So I do want to say, Ishmael,
putting the trust
yes,
that Emil's going to hit that move, because again,
untrained.
There's a reason they say don't try this at home, right? Because it could go wrong in a split second. And, the difference between you getting up and walking to the back and being taken out on a stretcher is inches, right? So to trust Emil with that was huge, and it was very cool. And I do think it was one of the loudest reactions of the night. And
I also tell you, Ishmael, yeah, he's so nice. He's so nice. And you kind of know that. KJ's actually including us all because he's so nice. So if more wrestlers did that, let me tell you. it makes for, and we do have a handful of wrestlers that I have back just in case, because they've just become very thankful or very kind to us because they see our work and how it helps. So yeah, KJ's another one down the road. I'd like to try to get him on and have him cut some heel shit on us, see how he does. But very kind, good man. Ishmael, you're one of the biggest fans of KJ out there, and I think you also know that's probably a reason why you're a fan too. It's the fact that personality plus in-ring ability and so on and so forth. It's a very good package, and I think when KJ's gone is when we're going to realize how important he was to GCW, what he added to GCW, and what we're going to lose on the way out the door.
Yeah, I mean, real quick to touch on that, like you talk about the transformations he's had in the 2 years with GCW. He came in as Fuego, was able to strip that and become KJ, and it's impressive to see a guy who really found himself outside of the mask, right? Because sometimes you get pigeonholed into that persona, and he was able to really shed that and become KJ, which is really cool to see.
Well, it's good to see he had a good face under there. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you take it off as like Frankenstein. Like, no, that guy's got a good face on him. He's going to do fine. And then you can see he works hard.
Yeah.
You can see he works very hard. And it's just like Sam and everybody else. I mean, they're good people. I want to wish them the best.
Yeah. He's another one too, though. Like, he had that small run in AEW, but he's another one where you're like, TNA, AEW, WWE, like, this man can talk. He can go in the ring. He has the looks. Like, what are we doing here, right? Like,
yeah.
What are you looking for in a wrestler that he doesn't have? Because he has it all.
Bingo. Said it better than me, honestly. Match number 5, the Invisible Man versus the Sandman. Here we go. Up front, I have to say, good job by Sandman. Good job by Joey and everyone else involved in this match. Sandman's entrance was epic. I was curious how it was going to go because we were all on a flat plane, so you didn't get a chance to see, but he stood on chairs and walked around that way, so he was able to be seen all the time. Fans loved every second of this. He's walking, like I said, across the chairs, cracking beers, pouring them into fans' mouths. Everyone is singing Enter Sandman. The singing was very clear. If you hear it back on the TV, like it was hard to almost hear the music because the fans were like singing it clearly very well. Being there and being the young man that I am, I got goosebumps being a longtime fan. I've now seen the Sandman and Sabu retire live, and I feel very fortunate for that. If it didn't happen in my hometown, I wouldn't have the money for it, you know? So fortunate for that. He was accompanied by Kendra Lust. There was huge Sandman fans. Like I said, our Sandman chants. I didn't know. It's funny. You said, I know who it is. Yeah. I had a family member with me who hasn't seen wrestling in a long time, and he was blown away by this match. He knew nothing of the Invisible Man, so he was going in blind. He was watching how the fans were interacting, and he realized we were all leaning into it together, and we all knew it was a joke that we're all, in on. So Fonzie's with the Invisible Man, and I think he played a great part getting the Invisible Man to the ring. He's like rubbing his shoulders and telling it, I think he's constantly rubbing his shoulders. That, the Invisible Man must have really tight shoulders. I don't know. The match starts. Invisible's working over Sandman. Fans really did help make this match successful. Sandman had a good sense of humor about all of this. We had "You Still Got It" chants that came out. Invisible Man taking kendo stick shots. There's something I never thought I'd hear. I don't know, maybe 5 to 7 minutes into it, that's when we got our first run in. I think that's what everybody was looking for. The Outbreak come out to attack Sandman with Barnabas, but a minute or two later, we hear Chicken Hunting start playing, and live, I got to see Violent J show up with Too Tough Tony, and later that night, a retiring Vampiro in tow. They beat the shit out of the Outbreak. Invisible Man comes in and cleans house of the Juggalos. Richard Holiday showed up. The fans are mad. He fights with Sandman. More music hits. It's early morning. Guy Steele. Steele beats up Holiday and hits him with a huge moonsault. Invisible Man beats up Guy Steele, and I am in a fever dream. Kendra Lust turned on Sandman, beating him with the cane while Invisible Man throws him through a door. What the fuck is going on? Missy Hyatt is here. She's walking down with a kendo stick. We have a cat fight. They fight ringside. Fonzie is now choking Sandman. Invisible Man takes out Sandman, and senior referee Adam Galt, who's been doing an amazing job this whole match, is just trying to keep his head on straight. So we needed a new referee because Adam got knocked down. Invisible Man and Sandman are taking out about a dozen referees as they come out. Fans are chanting "one more ref," and they just kept feeding Sandman. The place is littered with refs. We have a ladder. Sandman takes a ladder shot. The fans are loving it. That's when Invisible Stan's music hits. It has been years. The fans knew exactly who the fuck he was, and the cheer, like the boos, just right across the board. He looks great. I haven't seen him in a long time. Speaking of looking great, Mick Foley. He's bumping. Huge DDT. Foley pulls out Socko, takes out the Invisibles. He hands the sock to Sandman. Sandman got hit with a low blow, and it was covered for 3. So our winner here was the Invisible Man. To me, the highlight was Mick Foley's in fantastic shape and taking bumps.
Yes. Yeah, I for at the end of that match, I was like geeking out a little bit because I was like, are we going to see Invisible Man and Invisible Stan versus Foley and Sandman? I was like, if that happened at the 2300 Arena, I would mark out hard and be like a little fangirl at that point, because to me, that was a match that was like inevitable, it looked like.
It's just, I know it's not going to happen, but boy, do I wish we had Foley for one match with Glass. He's never technically done a light tube glass style match. No. Or if he did, someone had one, but he's never been in a stip match where it was like light tubes, and it was before his that was after his era.
Yeah, because I remember, I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, he was training to try to have one last match, and then his doctors advised against it. Yeah. There's always a reason. Could be blood pressure, could be heart issues, could be back issues, neck issues, a hip. Man, your hip goes at older age, you're screwed. Yeah. So yeah. I don't know. But this match here, we kind of thought crazy, and it took what we thought, flipped it on its head, and ramped it up by 100. It was crazier than even crazy could have expected. I loved every second of it. It was like someone had someone had an idea. They let the idea go out back, smoke crack, come back in,
and do the fucking show. That's what it felt like. It was just wild. There was so many things going on. There were a couple people in there that were not really, part of the Sandman story, but they were still used as such. Richard Holiday, I know he was absolutely honored to be a part of it. So there were people that they were putting in there, like Holiday is just magic for heel heat. I mean, he just can get that anywhere he goes. So I know that was kind of the reason there, but yeah.
I love the zombies too, just because of what it meant overall, right? Remember the first night WWE owned ECW, they bring out the zombies and stuff, and that's one of the most moments in ECW history now. So to see those zombies, I'm not gonna lie, it was a pretty cool moment to see.
And same thing, only unless you really know your shit or you're a deep fan would you know that's going on. I don't know if commentary sold that or even told them about that. Not 100%. Maybe they did, but I didn't think about that shit till you just said it.
Yeah, the first night, remember the first match on the new ECW, because remember it was on Sci-Fi, so they wanted to try to market the network. Also, they had zombies.
Unbelievable. Look at all these chat and look at all this chat coming in. He gives a DDT on his hip these days, probably the spine, but he's in the best shape right now. This being Holiday's return was great. Instant heat. Too much going on to break out a snitch chant. Yeah, that actually was going on. And thank you right here. Commentary did mention it. Okay, cool. I was too, when I'm typing, I don't hear shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you're on an idea and typing. Yeah. So yeah, everybody's exhausted. No kidding. I dropped off my last person at midnight last night. Got up this morning, work, get the show, rest. Yeah. So it's been exhausting. I don't even know where I was going with that, but it's just been too much here. Yeah, commentary mentioned it. All right.
Were you at all not upset, but maybe like all the run-ins they had that they didn't have like some ECW originals come out?
Yeah, to be fair, because it almost felt like they couldn't get any. Or the other thing was they could have brought the same people in last year and probably someone would be like, well, we already saw this with Sabu. So yeah, I think they were in a situation where it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, having people that weren't related to his story in the long term was kind of rough, but at the same time, finding people that are part of his story that are still, not Fonzie is hard to find too. You know what I mean?
I was expecting this maybe hear RVD.
Me too. But I do know RVD's not a fan of some of the styles that we do at GCW.
Okay.
He's actually
remember hearing that.
And I really thought if we were going to see RVD at any time, Sabu would have been the time. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I kind of left. I left it open, but I felt like if we don't see him coming in for Sabu, he's not going to come in for Sandman. And then later that night, he's popping off for the Juggalos. So, I mean, there could be a personal reason. Maybe it's a situation where, him and Brett don't see eye to eye on an idea or whatever. But he doesn't, he's just not, he's not interested in what all of his coworkers used to do that made him all money and rich back in the day, which, yeah. I was there for something completely unique. And I know that a lot of what I saw can't be duplicated again. And to be fair, they told us we were going to get the Sandman versus the Invisible Man, and they gave us what was exactly advertised. I just want to give a small list of run-ins for this match. We had Bill Alfonso, the ECW Zombies, Violent J, Vampiro, Too Tough Tony, Richard Holiday, Early Morning Guy Steele, Kendra Lust, Missy Hyatt, the Invisible Stan, and Mick Foley. So that was a complete cast of characters. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about with this match?
No, just this match was batshit crazy. We thought it was going to be crazy, and it exceeded that. And I loved to see the Sandman actually bump it in there. That was really cool to see because I didn't know what to expect heading into it. So that was cool to see also.
And it seemed like the whole time, from the promos to in the ring till the end, he kept a lighthearted feeling about it instead of it being a serious ECW kind of, vibe.
Yeah.
And like I said, I feel like there probably are some people that are used to seeing that Sandman, the hardcore mean Sandman. And I think there's a lot that wanted that.
Yeah.
So I think that's the split, like I said, with the fans. But when I got there, I got live. I saw what was really going on and seen how they handled it. if that is what Sandman wants as his last match, then damn it, I saw it.
That's exactly how I felt. Like would I have liked to have seen him in a more, like you said, intense ECW style match from back in the day? Yes. But clearly he either asked for this or he wanted it because he did it, right? So it was cool to see him go out his way, and this is what he wanted. I'm with you.
I wouldn't have had it. I was going to say I wouldn't have it any other way. I actually have it a couple different ways I'd like it, but to be there live, to know that he got to go out the way he wanted, then it's not about me.
Yeah.
It's about him, and it's never about me. It's about everyone, not just John. So from what I've heard, a lot of people were very happy about that. Their concern was about just not having as many originals or people that were tied into Sandman's, overall career story. Outside of that, though, I feel a lot of people were happy. There's always going to be naysayers in the situation, and initially I was also.
Yeah.
Because
there's in anything you do in life, right? So
yes,
I think they executed. I think the haters are probably still going to be out there, but this is the match that you should have expected coming in. Wild spots, crazy selling, and that's what if you can't get behind that, maybe professional wrestling isn't for you.
I'm gonna counter you.
Okay.
I'm gonna counter you. I really do think, because I was in this boat, I'm like, I want to see aggressive Sandman just whoop the piss out of some of these hardcore kids that are, I want to see him crack the fuck out of Vandal 48. You know what I mean? That run in, you know what I mean? Like, I'm looking for that run in where he
maybe I said it wrong. Maybe I said it wrong when I said it's not for you. But what I meant by was not this match in particular, but if you can't open your mind to this type of thing,
gotcha.
Like we all know the ins and outs of what wrestling is, and sometimes you got to open your mind and let other things in. It's not always going to be light tubes and panes of glass, right? There's a whole other genre out there that maybe you should be a little more accepting. There's a lot of people on social and stuff like that shitting on this match because of what it was, and to me, it's just like, why can't we just enjoy it, right? Like, even if it's not for you, just let the people enjoy it. You don't have to shit on it. Just don't watch it, right? Like, to me, that really pissed me off seeing that. Like, just don't watch it, right? Like, to take time out of your day to talk about it, it's just mind numbing to me.
I get it. Yeah. So I was initially like, I had to realize, once I saw him doing drugs in the back of his car singing an Ellie Furtado, I'm like, okay, this is going to be a lighthearted kind of thing. I can't take it seriously because, I don't know. It just, but it all seems like in fun, it was going to go that way. And they were advertising it that way. So I just
it wasn't a bait and switch. They told you all along what it was going to be, and they delivered exactly that.
And I think that's where it is. But yeah, initially I was on that going, you know what? I was hoping for aggression. This is GCW. You know what I mean? Like, this is the modern day ECW. Let's watch him flex. All you have to do is feed him, let him swing the cane, But again, I changed my mind after I saw the commercial, the little video. And then I went, okay, let's see what happens. And the execution live was well thought out. I was close enough to see the man happy with what he was doing. He was smiling and having a good time. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the beer spot was pretty cool too, where instead of leaving his shoes, he left that beer can. It was pretty cool.
Wife got a great picture of that. She got a nice, beautiful, and we're going to be keeping that one for a long time. Hopefully one day we can get it signed.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, those were the co-hosts for the podcast. We actually were going to do something together, and I got too busy, and the whole situation with the podcast, we just got Joe on, and it didn't happen. But the plans were to do a little bit of a co-op type thing with Sandman's podcast. Just did not go down in the time that we had. Classic Sandman entrance, zillion run-ins. Let's see here. I think Sandman has to be applauded for going the avant-garde route. Yes. Good point there. Sandman marking out for the Invisible Man on the pod planted the seeds for this. Yeah. That's what it was. That's where it all started. Was he's like, I'll whoop the shit out of the Invisible Man. And Joey must have been like, well, fuck, let's write it. Would I like to have had Joey in the last match with Sandman? Yes. Would Joey and Sandman worked out into a match that would have been workable for Sandman? Questionable. I think the fact that they sprinkled in everything the way they did allowed him to get a little breather, do what he needs to do, get another little breather, do what he, you know what I mean? And also allowed for acting in between the wrestling motions. I don't know if Joey would have been able to do that. I think with Joey, it would have been more like move, you know, sell a little bit and then move. And I think that pace would have worn him out over time. Sandman out. Let's see. Will the Invisible Man be booked more now after retiring the Sandman? Only time will tell. I still kind of hope this is a one-time thing. I wouldn't want to see another person come in and retire using the Invisible Man just because I felt like they did so well here that doing it again may feel like that. It's just again, you know.
Let me ask you a question about that. Do you think Invisible Man works on any random card? For example, what I mean by that is Spring Break has a lot of smart fans that come out from all over the world, right? Because they're there for Mania, they fly in and stuff like that. Like, for example, just throw anything out there, like a random show in Ohio on a Friday night. Are those fans going to be as receptacle to this
probably not
Invisible Man as the fans who are traveling in and know what it is and has been following it and stuff like that?
I think it's a polarizing figure.
Yes.
Because those who've never seen it probably are going to be rough at first. Those who get to finally see how it works probably understand it. You do have to have a sense of humor. If you take your wrestling seriously, the Invisible Man's going to fall flat on you.
Yep.
But at the same time, if you've seen it all, this allows you to see something different. I look at it that way also. For those who are, they're just like, they're jaded over by everything. They've seen it all. Try this.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, at least you tried it once. Or I recommend, and this is where I had to go, remember why you liked it in the beginning when you were a kid. And that's because it was fun and it made you smile and laugh. And there were times where you were happy and there were times where you were all aggressive and there were times when you were sad. But we got what we got. WWF at the time gave us what we got, not what we wanted. There was no internet to really do that at my time. So we have to remember over the years, we do get older, we do get crankier, we get a little old school like John Wolf does. And I had to remember to smile and enjoy myself. And I realized I personally was being too tight-assed. Being fair. Yeah. So, I mean, initially I was like, hell yeah, let's do a swinging cane. Then he's fucking around with Nelly Furtado. And I'm like, okay, he really wants it this way and he's going to have fun with it. Let's trust the mind of Joey and Hack.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it took pressure off of him, right? Like,
yes,
this version of Sandman is not the Sandman from the ECW days, right? So I think having this type of match took the pressure off the Sandman of not having to deliver this 5-star match, right? Like, it was a good happy medium, so to say. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Like I said, I'm tired and I'm still working with everything. I haven't even played around with 420 yet. I was actually going to wait around till after the show because I always like to do the timestamps. So it's like, by the time we get off, it's 9, 10, 11 at night anyway. So, it's my time. Sandman stopped drinking. He was giving more beer to fans and just spit it out. For anyone, especially at his age, as he gets older, just like as I get older at the age of 25, anybody who wants to improve their life and stretch their life out longer, if it makes them live an extra day with their loved ones, then I'm happy for them. And to know how hard it is to quit a vice, any kind whatsoever, is admirable. I heard someone say a long time ago, you can actually change your life more by dropping your worst habit than you can by picking up a new good habit, which is true. You can actually change your life more by getting rid of your one shithead habit that you have that you probably like a lot. Yeah, it is. Happy 420. So, was there anything else about this match? Because I know this was a really good match.
Yeah, it was what I was expecting and then some. So shout out to everyone involved for this match. Shout out for everyone not taking themselves too seriously and producing a match the fans come to expect from the Invisible Man.
So, Joe, is it okay to tell them that if we don't have an interview next week, you are wrestling the Invisible Man live? I saw those eyes go up for a second. You're like, oh, shit. No.
Yeah. Sounds good.
I was going to say, we just got to meet the budget. Should be okay. He asked for a lot. We got to watch out on him. Okay, we're at the 2-hour mark. Do you think we should maybe stop, do a quick 3-minute break, and then come back? Do you want to keep rolling? How do you feel?
We could do a break real fast. I run to the restroom real fast and come right back.
That sounds freaking fantastic. Let me get this put up real quick. We're at the 2-hour mark. We're going to take a little 3-minute halftime cookie. Please enjoy yourselves. And when you come back, we are going to finish up the last 3 matches of spring break. And then we're going to go a little bit lightly through the highlights and results of the rest of Collective Weekend. So give it 3 minutes and we'll be right back to you. Shit, and I'm back. Oh, I was running around and my wife's literally counting down 10, 9. I'm like, oh shit. Okay. We're back. We're back for part 2 of this. Hopefully everyone took a little 3-minute break there and enjoyed themselves. Let's pick up last where we had left off here. Match number 6. Loser leaves GCW match. Effy versus Allie. This was a almost 26-minute match, so we had a good long match here. Effy had a grand entrance. Allie had hers. My wife was also saying Allie looks great. She's been in that WWE ID program, and it looks like it's been doing good things for her. Effy starts bussy chants. They make it to the stage, hits Effy with a crossbody off the stage. They're fighting back to the ring. This is where I started to find out that I needed to go off of memory because I got too busy. It was a lot of conflicted feelings. That's what they were trying to put here. Plenty of weapons were used, but again, it was definitely more of a slow burn. Pero shows up asking Effy to come back to reality. The bell hit Allie in the nose and she's dropping heavy blood. The image was brutal. And I can say, Joe, we were talking about this. I think we were talking about this one. It made the story better.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it added to the visuals.
Oh, by far. And yeah, my wife got a great picture of her at the end of the match, just standing there, almost like a pose. And she's just dripping down her face, underneath her chin. And it was wild. Yes, you did. You watched a cookie get obliterated. I love our cookie. That's probably one of the better things I've ever found. I don't know if I'll ever find another timer as good as the cookie. Maybe I always look. I do always look to the point to where now I've learned how to put a timer in the bottom. So if I start making more creative intros, then I can just add the timer so I don't have to use the 1, 2, or 3 minute cookie thing anymore. But hopefully everybody's liking those little intros I'm putting together. We had our weed one for that. Last week I had the RPW video with Why Can't We Be Friends playing over it. That was copyright struck down, luckily.
Really?
Oh, of course, because the song was playing in it. So here's what I've learned, and we'll say this now this deep into the show. I've learned that I could put all kinds of fun shit in the beginning because it'll just copyright strike me and it edits it out for me.
Oh, really? It does it for you?
Yeah, so I did lemon pound cake 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and it cut it right out because copyright from Afro Man. And then the week after that, copyright strike for Why Can't We Be Friends, the song I was playing during RPW. Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, if I do it right, YouTube will literally do the editing for me. It's like, you need to cut this song out. And I'm like, okay, cool. You know,
yeah, let's do it.
So I've been trying to tell people, like, if you want to see the funny shit that we're putting in, you're going to have to catch it live when we go live, you know, at 9/6 o'clock. So, also, I've been using that as a way to put some sneaky fun shit in there that normally wouldn't fly unless it's live. And so I could just cut it later.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pero shows up. He's asking Effy to come back to reality. The bell hit Allie in the nose, yada, yada. Yeah, our winner and still working at GCW, Effy. I did want to say thank you, Allie, for everything. She, to me, was our uncrowned queen. I feel like she was the Princess Diana of GCW. She never got the crown, but she was always loved. She always deserved it. And before she had a chance to really get it, you know, she was gone. So we hope she succeeds. But if she finds herself at any time back at GCW, we need a championship on her. She's earned it. Actually, over Masha. I know Masha at the time was definitely a tight wrestler, but I think Allie had earned it more than she did. And in my mind, I still say that I feel Allie should have actually been our first true female world champion. But
we don't actually ever know about that New York show, what was actually supposed to transpire. You know, she got hurt.
I'll talk to you about that too.
Okay.
I thought that I knew the ending for a year. I was just told the ending a week ago.
What was actually supposed to happen?
I'll have to tell you off air.
No, I'm saying you were told the actual book.
Yeah. Well, so I was talking to someone about it, and they were like, oh no, actually it was supposed to be like this. And they were talking about the fact that there was, you know, the other ambulance there, one had to go off and it turned into a whole ordeal. And yeah. I thought I knew the ending. I didn't. I'll tell you about that later.
Well, we talked about this. I'm kind of now my antennas are up. We talked about the ending and what you thought it was. So if it's not what you thought it was, now I need to know.
Yeah. But it's probably the same thing you were thinking was going to happen that night.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
We'll talk about it off air. We're speaking a lot of code words right now, but the fans are probably like, what are they?
No, it's rude to do that on my end. So I feel kind of bad, but at the same time, like there are a couple things that.
No, I get it.
Yeah, because it may affect
Someone told
things
you this
down
in
the road.
confidence. It's
Yeah.
not good business for you to then spill it out there like that.
No, hell no. But I will tell you, it was a different one than I expected, and I hope the execution down the road actually does come the way it was supposed to. And at the same time, I want to see Allie succeed, but damn it, she never got what she deserved to get here. Not deserved, but earned. Earned and deserved. Fuck that. I don't give a shit. She earned it, and anyone who puts in that amount of work day in, day out, every weekend does deserve to get the shot at it. And it was always just out of reach. And
yeah.
So,
and we also had you hadn't mentioned it, but Dark Sheik made an appearance, and was also trying to talk some sense into Effy. Didn't work, and then they were like, all right, frig it, and ended up giving Allie the weapon to use anyway.
Yeah.
Which then came into play with Allie being a little conflicted and Effy kind of playing her, and playing up to that crazy mantra that he's been having for the past 2 months. Overall, though, I think this match, like if you're an if you're a GCW OG, you've been watching it for a while, the story that they told was really well done. The friendship that kind of kept rearing its head through every time they were trying to land that final blow, to me was great. And like you felt the emotion from both of them, right? Like if this truly is Allie's last time in GCW, you felt that emotion from both of them coming through watching it. So it was really cool to see. This was a tougher match to get through, not because it was bad, but it was tough from the emotional aspect of it. So overall, shout out to everyone involved for being able to draw that out of the fans.
And I'll build on your point. I think that's where a lot of the casual fans or the WrestleMania fans that showed up were kind of lost and go, well, this is a slow burn, and I have actually put in there, it was a slower burn, but they were telling a story. And because there were so many people not understanding that this was a 6+ year story developing over time.
Yeah.
The breaking of a friendship had to go through those years of, all the way down to chanting pussy. The casual fan has no idea why people are chanting butt pussy into the air. Guess what? GCW fans know exactly what that means to them. The championship that they carried together and the time they spent together on the road, in ring and out of the ring.
Yeah.
We know that. You and I know that, but the casual fans like, why is there all this drama? Why are they conflicted? Well, you don't know. They've been calling each other sisters on the road for over half a decade, in and out of the ring. And that what they were doing was something that was considered a very almost considered unbreakable friendship. And they had to tell a story. I'd almost say cutting a little time wouldn't have been terrible. But at the same time, you don't just end a 6-year+ relationship in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So, but again, also, I'm not the artist. They felt that this is the best way to tell their story. That ring bell actually was more of the star of the match than people know. Once the blood started flowing, it felt like that's where the story happened. And this happens a lot. Allie gets injured sometimes, or just you think that she's injured. She's fantastic at showing struggle, at pulling tears, at really, and she really pulled that out in Aces once her nose got busted, because she's legitimately upset, and you could see she's holding it back as much as possible. Bro, that, how much a bell weighs? She caught it right on the fucking nose. It came down like probably 2 feet, a foot from her, slid right off the damn thing, and the camera barely caught it live. But when you're ringside, I heard it thump.
Watching it live, I didn't really see what caused it. You just saw it when she was in the corner.
Yeah. So what was going on was Effy's being grabbed from behind, and he has the ring bell in his, like, he's holding it like this in his hand. And when he gets spun around, he goes like this, and the bell literally slides off of the like, I don't even know how it happened, but the bell slid right off.
And the corner of the bell probably caught her.
Yeah. Any part of that bell is going to be bad news. But yeah, she was dropping blood real quick. And then the match did kind of change for the better.
Yeah.
Funny thing, that needed to happen. Let's see here. Legit question. Could you live see and hear the packages? And if so, well, no. I'm being honest. No, I couldn't hear the music sometimes for entrances. I just hear bass thumps. There were a lot of times people were talking on the microphone in the ring, or there was a video package. Couldn't hear that very well. I think the speaker situation may change if this was the same venue again. I felt like they needed just another set, and they probably needed them on the other side of the fans so that they were getting sound from both sides. If I can't hear ringside, someone who is 50 feet away from me was not probably able to hear it at all. I even wrote in my notes, but kind of took it out here. Maybe I took it out, that there were times where we knew a wrestler was saying something heartfelt into the microphone, and we were, just because we knew that was, you know what I mean? Like polite. Yeah. And I want to be fair about that. Yes, it's good you asked that. It's good they asked that question. Yeah. The packages were shown on the Sidetrons. Yes. And yeah, it was hard to hear. Again, I don't have the best hearing also, but I do know that people who do have normal youthful hearing were having a hard time. So, yeah. Zoe, you need to come over and say hi next time. That's what you need to do. I see your name all the way here. I got to put a face with it sometime. Let's be friends. Was there anything else about this match you wanted to talk about, Joe?
Not at this time. I think we touched on all of it. Overall, great storytelling. Again, just to reiterate that. And whatever Allie may do next, good luck to wherever that takes you.
Yeah. I was rough on her initially as a podcaster because I wanted to see more. And over time, I saw her grow. And I'd also seen, and you have seen, when there are matches that are more serious, that have a length of time to breathe, like a main event style, she always shows up.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Just like KJ, there's going to be, we actually could tell we missed her when she was injured, and then she comes back and off she goes again. It's like we didn't even have a chance to give her a hug before she walked out the door again.
Yeah. So. No, I agree there. You know, she had that horrible injury at the New York show, was gone for all that time, came back, and then it's like now she's gone again. Yeah.
And Big Capadon. Yeah, Capadon was about 3-4 rows behind me off the top of my head. And yeah, same problem. So, I mean, this was just kind of the way it was. It's just how it is. Sometimes you get all your shit together and you think you got it right. And every now and then you're like, wow, you know, I just need a little more power. That happens. I know that they would probably change that if they had a chance to do it again. I do know they turned up the speakers, so it was a little easier to hear as the weekend went on, but they were just a little underpowered, and shit happens. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, the live people may have missed out a little bit, but when it comes to the recording that'll be immortalized, the sound is there. So, I mean, that's important. Hot take saying GCW has the best storytelling in the business. Look at you. I do know that Brett's really good at trusting the talent with putting stories together, and then, you know, he wants to hear them and whatnot. So I do like wrestler driven stories, and you see a lot of that at GCW for sure. Anything else about this one, Joe?
No, I think we touched on all of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed the pacings. For some people who didn't, I think it was just the ones who maybe weren't inclined to the full backstory.
Well, then we'll move on to our next match. This was a tag team match. The team of Megan Bayne and a mystery partner against Mance Warner and Steph DeLander. Well, we found out Nick Gage was Megan's mystery partner. The fans went nuts. Welcome back to GCW TV, Nick Gage. It was awesome watching Emil give Nick his entrance while he was beating the shit out of Mancer. Live, it felt fucking good. I almost felt like the New Jack music was playing. You know what I mean? Like he's whooping ass and Emil's just sitting there giving the highlights of his career. It really felt good, and it was really cool to hear while the fighting is going on. The fans are still, you know, and rest in peace. Like everybody is saying the words along with Emil. So you get kind of this chant-like thing going on for Nick Gage while he's whooping the shit out of it. And it felt good. It felt like Nick was back.
Yes, he looked good. excellent in the ring, but that Emerald spot was pretty cool.
And Mance, I liked his gear a lot. And Joe, you and I got to be happy. We had Game Changer World split screen at JJSB 10. How's that feel?
That was pretty cool to see. It was. I'm not gonna lie. I geeked out a little bit watching at home with my friends. So that was really cool to see.
I was gonna say, did you sit there? You're like, that's me. That's me. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool.
Like these friends know I'm into wrestling and stuff, and I don't want to over brag sometimes to them, because they're not always like the biggest fans. They watch it for me.
Yeah.
So like I try to tone it down a little bit, like not like, oh, like I know this person, I'm like just watch like, oh, that's my show. You know what I mean? But not like gloat.
Hey, no lie, when it comes on, and I've made it very honest. I mean it very public is what I meant to say. When that comes on, I'm like, hell yeah, thank you so much. Like, you know what I mean? Because like that's my currency. That's my money, is to be able to get thank yous, to get a little commercial here or there. I mean, I'm appreciative. Y'all have a chance to know me. They're thankful for what we do over here, and we're thankful for what they allow us to kind of play with over here.
Well, I'm like, again, I'm going to say this and I don't even care, but I'm a huge Gage mark. So to be able to see that in his match, was special to me.
Did you see, what was it? Was it MDK? Did you see my son get fucking plowed?
Was that your son?
Yeah.
He jumped right on him and then checked on him afterward. That was funny. That was your son?
Bro, we
was...
watched that a million times and we realized like he took like a 20 foot run.
Yeah.
He saw his ass, sized him up, and was like, this motherfucker can take my weight, and just went at him. My son was sitting there and I'm like, dude, at some point, both of us had to click in our head. He ain't stopping running.
No.
And he just, and there was nobody else that wanted to catch. So it was just my son, and he just gets popped and then comes right back up. And you could see Gage kind of turn around smiling like, I got that motherfucker.
But the cool thing is that Gage just go back and check, right? If I'm not mistaken.
He went right back and checked on him, whatnot. It was really good. He knew he popped him. Like he knew, you know what I mean? Like you really put a good dude down. He knew it. But yeah, being the fact he's young, he popped right back up, and Nick was like, yeah, I got him. That was actually one of the talks of the weekend, was like, does that Gage that fucking popped your son? I'm like, yeah. And I'm telling him like, that's an honor. Like he has not been around for so long, and you got it. Yeah. In your lap, you got the dive. So yeah, I don't know. From where I was at, he locked eyes with Owen, and I'm like, oh fuck, he's running this way. And I didn't know if it was me or him, but I know we have big guys near us. Somebody's gonna get
getting taken out.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to be one of these like, well, he hits both of us because, that's a lot of weight. Nope.
Nope. Watching it live, I was like, holy shit, he just took that fan out.
Yeah, there it was right there. You okay, motherfucker? That was it. Yeah, it was. He got the honor. I'll put it that way. I had to tell him, I'm like, dude, no, you don't get it. Like, that's cool as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, we got bro, you could hear people like, oh yeah, it was good. I said to my wife when I watched, I was like, he just destroyed that fan. No idea that was your son, but that's pretty crazy now. If he was any older, if he was any smaller, you know what I mean? But being 6'6", 6'7", 330, he was gonna take his chances and just pop him. You know what I mean? And if there's anybody else there that be able to, he's a big boy, but there's a couple big fans out there, but that was the one. He was the target. Yeah, man. I saw him just lock eyes. I'm like, oh, fuck. And he's just running. And he just doesn't stop running. And I'm like, he's coming for me or my son. And I kind of get down a little bit like, okay, I'm going to take and he just passes me and goes right to Owen. And I'm just like, fuck.
Oh, you were gearing up. You thought it was you.
Okay. So doing the math, I thought he was going to get both of us because we're big guys and we need to catch like 200 plus pounds running at us.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. You were gearing up for yourself, and then he just totally avoided you and took out your kid.
So this is the running joke. One time in LA, Gage threw a chair when he was all like hyped up, and the fucking chair popped my wife in her leg and created a bruise that was like bigger than a like football size bruise.
Holy shit.
She was fucked for like a month and a half. It was bad. And then my son got taken out this show. So I'm starting to get nervous because I'm getting sniped and I only got 3 people in my group.
Yeah, you're next.
Yeah, I'm fucking next. But he's a fantastic guy. And again, my son, once I explained to him that, hey, like this is an honor to be able to do that, then yeah, he was cool. But yeah, man.
Gage is one of the best I've met in this business. But real quick, funny story. So I got a son. He's 8 now, but when Mania was in Philly, he was 5. So that Bloodsport show, when Shayna was like crossing boundaries there and WWE and stuff, all the wrestlers were at Bloodsport, right? Like Braun and CM Punk, Nia Jax, like they're all there. So my son was afforded the ability to go on stage and meet all these guys. So he's on stage with all the WWE guys taking pictures and stuff.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Braun is trying to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him. Well, my son can see behind the curtain at this point, and he sees Nick Gage. And my 5-year-old starts marking out for Nick Gage by Braun Strowman trying to have a conversation with him. And I'm like, only my kid would not mark out at Braun Strowman, but would mark out over Nick Gage. Like, like to me, that was like a proud dad moment. Like, you marked out for Nick Gage and not Braun Strowman. That to me, that always will stick in my head forever.
Man, wrestling's created some fantastic moments, and I've always thought about that. It's like the kids have these moments because you got moms and dads that loved it first. And I hope wrestling goes in the right direction in the long term. Like there's so many media choices now, but I would like to see my son maybe do the same thing one day and say, you know, let's go to wrestling together, you know, and maybe him and his son get to go and find it enjoyable. The fact that I could be a 6-year-old all over again for the low price of who knows what for a ticket is really cool. And that's a joy that I'm happy to share with my family, and I'm happy they enjoy it. And I'm hoping that goes down the road to my son, if he finds an enjoyment that way.
Yeah, well, I'm in that situation that you just spoke of. My dad took me as a kid, and now I'm a huge wrestling fan. Take my son, and my dad's always like, you got a lot of wrestling shows. I was like, bro, you took me. It's your fault.
I learned it from you, Dad.
It's your fault, right? Like you're the one that started it. So like, don't say anything to me about how many wrestling shirts I have or how many shows I go to in a year. It's your fault.
Yep. I learned it from you, Dad.
Yeah, exactly.
Love that old drug commercial. Where'd you learn to smoke pot, son? I learned it from you, Dad. What a great thing to say at 420.
On 420.
I wrote here, good tag match. The return of Nick Gage, SDL, and Mance Warner made this really special. Really, I'd throw Bayne in there too, because we just don't see her as much as I would like to see. She's more peppered into, you know, the cards. I was enjoying this one though, because I'm a big fan of all 4 wrestlers' works. A lot of weapons were used, and those hardcore elements made it a lot of fun. God bless seeing the pizza cutter again. You know, I'm so happy to see it back again. Our winner here, Megan Bayne and Nick Gage. What you thinking about this one, man?
I love what you said about good to see all 4 of these workers, because if you look at, like, you know, obviously Mance and SDL were gone for a little while, but 2-3 years ago, these are names that are like carrying the GCW banner, right? Like Gage, Mance, SDL, and even Megan Bayne for a little while there. Like they're the biggest names in the company at that time. So to see them 4 together again was really cool to see. And if I'm not mistaken, Gage never got his lickbacks from when Mance cost him the title in that scramble, not scramble, but that crazy match in Atlantic City 3 years ago, right? When Mance's title, it was Cage of Survival 2 years ago, because him and Effy fought to start the show, and then Mance cashed in his briefcase to end the show. So Gage never got his lickbacks yet. So this is finally like his chance to kind of get his lickbacks from that spot. But overall, I would love to see a Gage Mance feud kind of blossom from here and see where we can go.
Gage is back, baby. That's all that matters to me. We got Gage
yes.
back. I'm not gonna shit you too. The Mance Warner back is a huge fucking upgrade too. He gives me ECW vibes front to back. His hardcore style is more ECW style. Like the fact that he used to get in fans' asses so hard used to be a fun fucking thing to watch until fans took it a little too serious.
Oh, I have that shirt, man. I made a shirt at one of the events. He flipped off my son, and I screenshotted it from the event and made a shirt for my son and Mance, and took a picture wearing it together.
Oh, that is cool as hell.
Yeah. So I definitely agree with you what you're saying there in terms of getting into it with the fans. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, look at that. Just goes to show TNA has no clue who they have. Yeah, well, yeah, him and SDL walked out together, and TNA's been kind of rough, especially since they've pulled talent on a lot of shows and stuff. And I'm not saying anything negative. I'm just reporting that that's what they did, and I will say I don't like it. And I don't think the performers appreciate it. Because let's just say they had 5 dates they were looking forward to making here in the collective, 5 shows, and then now they only make 2. How do they feel about their bills? You know, when shows are getting cut on them, and how does that make them feel when it's time for contract negotiations next time? I think you may see more separation than you will togetherness out of this decision.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that Super Show during that Ricochet match. The fans were pretty hot about like FTNA and stuff like that. So,
oh yeah, that's at least for the momentary. That's not going to stop anytime soon. I know things kind of over time go away, but this is one of those ones that I don't think the wrestlers will forget, and I don't think the promoters will forget. The fans may, but it might take a couple years before the promoters can trust that TNA's word is true.
Yeah,
and if there is a contract, if any, will they ever hold their word?
Yeah. No,
especially like a day before the dance, your fucking partner like just cancels on you.
Yeah.
That's not cool.
I mean, you agreed to the match, allowed the company to promote it and put it out there, right? Like, luckily for GCW's sake, one of the comments here, MJF versus Bear, that was never officially announced, right? So there was no backpedaling there was no like apologizing to the fans. We just never found out about it, right? But you had Ricochet versus Slater, right? Like that was officially announced and then pulled. Like that's just horrible business practice across the board, right? Like to agree to something like that, allow this company to start promoting it, fans buy tickets to see it, and then you pulled. That's horrible.
And I still like the idea of they should have just at least honored what people feel you said you were going to do. And then after that, you know, like let them get their paychecks on collective. Why do they, that's just, it feels wrong.
Yeah.
The fans got cheated. Promoters got cheated. Money went down the drain. The wrestlers are getting fucked. And that dude over there is just like, this is great. This is great. I'm going to keep my wrestlers. We're going to protect the company. It's like, no, as soon as contracts are up in the next 1 to 3 years, you're going to lose 60 to 70% of your fucking talent, and they're going to get purged elsewhere, and you're just swimming in mediocrity still.
Yep. Especially in this economy, right? Where some of the fans probably don't have the most funds, and I guarantee you some of the fans bought tickets for that show to see that match, and then for that match to be pulled, you know, just a rough situation to put all parties involved in.
Clown saying makes me wonder if Bear will ever get a title in GCW. That's a great question. I'd love to know the answer to that, because I'll still say to this day, GCW needs Bear to have that championship more than Bear needs the GCW championship. I think he's what's good for business at GCW, and that's a personal opinion. And that's nothing against our current champion at all. I just say our next champion, I would like to see Bear.
I agree with that. 100%.
So, y'all should watch MJF's 4-minute shoot on Busted Open about this. I haven't seen that yet. Maybe that's what we show as the intro next week.
Well, he was screwed twice, right? Because he had him versus Nemeth at Creative Pro, and then it was supposed to be him versus Bear, and he lost both of them because of that. You know, so he has every right to it.
Yeah, so I'm sure his rent appreciates that.
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying MJF's hurting but still, he seems like he generally enjoys the business and likes to go to these indies and be able to put on those dream matches that aren't able to happen elsewhere. And he has a right to be pissed when they're stolen from him over petty stuff like that.
Bingo. Anything else on this match? You think we're good?
I think we're good. I think this. I don't think it's the end of these four. I think maybe not tag teams, but I do think we see in some capacity the four link up somehow down the line.
I like this as an ECW match at 2,300.
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
Mance in anything at ECW Arena, but I don't think that's happening. I think he's going to be elsewhere that night. I already begged for him.
Oh, you've heard he's been going to be elsewhere.
I've begged for him. It ended up coming out on the official Patreon or the official podcast on Patreon. So, yeah. So, and I guess on Patreon you guys get a chance. Like I said, hold in there because it looks like I'll for right now be running the official podcast with Brett until we get all that figured out over there. We're just getting everything adjusted and moved around. So, if you're on Patreon, stick around because we are trying to get some things rolling here. We actually have some new IDs coming. So, Frank, I love Bear, but with the TNA contract, that's where I'm at. I think Bear's allowed to do whatever he wants, which is a great if that's the case, I'd love to see that title on him. That's the star right now. Yeah, he has IWTV obligations.
He just won the title this weekend, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, he's going to be over there, which is kind of stinky. And if the situation wasn't the way it was, I would have been okay with having the IWTV title defended on the 2,300 arena.
No shot.
If only. Yeah, no shot at all. All right. Let's go into our main event. Our main event, Brodie Lee Jr. versus Joey Janela. I kept my notes light because I had to go off of memory. I didn't have a chance to watch these last couple matches. Everything going on here is out of memory, guys. Brodie came to the ring after being surrounded by his training partners at the Heart Dungeon. And he was booked like Hulk Hogan in this match. I felt like pro wrestling has given Brodie so much. And I felt in this one, Joey gave a lot to Brodie. We were given exactly what was advertised, just like the Sandman match. We had Brodie Lee Jr. versus Janela. I had expectations that things may go elsewhere or maybe more run-ins, and it didn't happen here. They gave us exactly what was advertised. So I just want to say during this match, Brodie Lee Jr. paid in-ring tributes to his dad, Brodie Lee, Kenny Omega, MJF, Bray Wyatt, Cody Rhodes, and Natalya. I also wrote Brodie did fantastic. So did Joey. Joey especially worked his ass off. My question for you is, do you think this is the start of a long-term thing at GCW for Brodie, or do you think this was a one-off for right now?
As a fan, I'm saying I hope it leads to more, but I think it's a one-off for now just because of age and stuff like that. But impressive. So impressive, man. And like you had mentioned about expecting something different than what we got. I think we talked about it last week. We were expecting a lot of run-ins, a lot of returns or surprises, and through and through, this was a technical wrestling match, which was really shocking to me. Brodie was taking bumps. Joey was selling excellently for Brodie. Top to bottom, it completely changed what I thought we were getting, and shocked me for the better. Both guys, bravo, because they both absolutely killed it. Yeah,
I didn't see this thing going 25, 30 minutes like it did. I was really 28 minutes and 48 seconds was the time on this one here. Joey worked his fucking ass off.
Yes.
First of all, I do want to say that there is no way that someone can't say Janela did everything he did everything he could for that kid. I was wondering maybe if he just wanted to strike while the iron's hot and get Brodie's first match in at GCW before anything else goes on or whatnot. But I was concerned about this match in the beginning because it looked like Joey's going to wrestle a 14-year-old kid. You know what I mean? But then I stepped back from it after the match and I was like, okay, this was well done. And we knew Joey was going to do that. We found out later that this is one of two matches that he's really proud of. The Sandman match was actually the other one. Career wise, he says he's very proud of these. So I got to talk to him just for a minute after the match, and the one thing that I said was, I do appreciate and understand that you have the long sight to understand that there's history here.
Yeah.
And you're actually marking something in a book 15 to 20 years down the road. So you're actually, you're putting a GCW, even if GCW doesn't stick around, there's a stamp on that kid. We did it first.
Yeah.
We believed in him first. And, you know, like, we know that we think you're capable. Let's run it. You know, you're main eventing, kid. Congratulations. A 30-minute match at 14. Like, whoa.
On the biggest card in our company.
Our WrestleMania.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Screwball's saying a lot of those markets won't allow Brodie to wrestle. It's Las Vegas. We'll wrestle dogs out here if we need to.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I thought maybe 16, but 18 is, I was wondering that if he's allowed to wrestle everywhere.
I think it's a write-off situation with the mom. You know what I mean? Like, the mom has to probably
approve it. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's only fair, because the kid, it's not like there's GCW contracts, so to speak, but the kid probably can't agree upon something that could get him injured in that capacity unless there's a parental write-off.
Well, which is why that LA spot was so much better that you're saying that now, right? Because he goaded originally, like, you know, he needed her to sign it, and then he goaded her in by talking about Brodie Lee, right? Like, so it was just this had such a great build, and I'm happy that everyone came out healthy, but Brodie came out like $1 million, and now everyone's wondering when's the next time we're going to see him.
I had doubts initially. I know a lot of people had doubts because they go, okay, our main event is this, but then you watch the story. Yeah. Like, don't count it out until you see it. Like, we've seen this in wrestling, especially with Joey's booking, is you have doubts. Great. You have doubts, but it takes a wild imagination to come up with some of the shit he's doing. And if he's selling you on that, then he's got some meat on that burger. You just ain't seen it yet. What I like is he gives me things I don't expect. And as you get older, Joe, you've heard all the music. You've heard all the jokes. You've kind of seen all the movies, and you know how most of them end. And it's nice to have something fresh. Yeah. Because again, as you get older, you might get a little hardened about things. Jokes aren't as funny. Cartoons aren't as cool, you know, things like that. And this forces people like me to kind of open my brain up a little bit and try to remember what it's like and what wrestling was at a young age, and, you know, stop being a little stiff asshole about everything.
Well, I think that's what's so good about spring break, right? It, like, gives something for everybody, right? Like, if you want to see, like, the I don't want to say sideshow stuff, but like the different aspect of wrestling, you have Sandman, right, and Invisible Man, or you have the opening match, which had a little bit of everything, right? Like, spring break hits all the different checkboxes you could possibly want from wrestling, and that's why I love spring break overall.
Quick question brought up by Crow Fairy Tale here. We're getting a little harder questions every now and then. Do you think the match with Brodie Lee Jr. and Janela was a little too long? And if yes, what would you put it at time-wise?
I don't think it was long, because I think the match did flow. What I'm going to say is I think it was long for the timing of the card, right? Like, East Coast time, that's almost 2 o'clock at that point, right? Like, so it's a lot to ask the fans to watch a 28-minute match. I don't know how many people on the East Coast actually watched this live and didn't watch it the next morning. So from that aspect, I would say, yes, it was long, but I felt like the 28 minutes flew pretty fast when you watched it back the next day.
I think 25 minutes isn't terrible for the WrestleMania main event. Any other show, I'd be like, can you guys make it to like 20 to 22? Maybe not roll 28 to 30. But given the size, given the stage, given the importance of everything historically, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. If we had a 15-minute main event at spring break, people would feel pretty cheated. But I think that with the 28, 29 minutes that was available, that gave Brodie even more time to fuck up, make a mistake, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, I think what you said is perfect there, right? The double-edged sword, because if you went 15 minutes or 13 minutes, right, it's like, oh, this was all smoke and mirrors and we got duped. It went 28 minutes and people are like, maybe it's a little too long. And I'd rather them go long and prove that this wasn't smoke and mirrors and Brodie can actually wrestle. And so that's why I was okay with it.
We have a lot of messages here in regards to this one, so I want to kind of cover. It would be kind of lame if only Brodie wasn't an absolute prodigy. I think that's fair. Any other 14, maybe outside of Nick Wayne or some kind of prodigy out of Mexico, we're not gonna get what we got.
Yeah.
I really hope the kid wants to do it, and just it's not all the adults wanting him to do it. You know what I mean? Like I really hope that his heart's in it.
The dungeon a lot, so I think this is what he wants. I
Good.
think this isn't him being pressured by people around him.
Good.
And we had a funny interaction with him and MJF. I'm not sure if you saw that. Where
I honestly thought MJF was going to get involved in this match.
Really?
I honestly thought that Joey was covering for MJF, and in the end, MJF was going to welcome him into AEW by whooping his ass over here first.
That'd be pretty funny, yeah, because Brodie did a heat-seeking missile, right? And then so someone tweeted it and was like, "Oh, it's a direct shot at MJF," and MJF tweeted something like, "I'll bury you in the grave next to Darby once you turn 18."
Yeah.
And, that was pretty funny. It was also a shot to MJF because he didn't take a shot at his father, which was pretty cool.
And I think that's that's a good thing here.
Yeah.
But yeah, as somebody from AEW could have come in and slapped the storyline for 3-4 years down the road, and then
I'm sure they would
have
hit
had
up GCW like, "Hey, can we have some of that footage?
Some of that sweet footage."
Yeah.
What else do we have here? On Brodie's gear, he had Cody and Natty and TJ on one kick pad, Brodie and Bray on the other, called it his mentors in this life and the next. Bless him for that. That's fantastic. Joey made Brodie look like $1 million and more. Kudos to the bad boy. Agree.
I agree, but I also want to give I don't want it to make it seem like Joey was out there just selling crazy and carry Brodie through the match, because Brodie did also look good on his own also. So we do have to give credit still to Brodie, because it wasn't just he wasn't carried through this match. Brodie also showed out.
Great point. All right, let's see here. What else do we have? Joey is going to be an amazing booker one day. I really do think that if he's not, I think he's a great booker right now, and down the road, maybe amazing. But I'll tell you, he's on that road. Stuff like this is him stretching his mind and the fans' minds into more of what wrestling could be. And I do appreciate that. Without him doing that, we may have had a different main event, but we wouldn't have probably had the same amount of creativity. So I don't know on that one. I think I think his brain is on a great path. And as he ages, he keeps going. If someone keeps hitting home run after home run, then eventually they do become a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah.
So I think Joey's been showing over the years that he's willing to give you something that you didn't expect. And then when you open the box, you're like, that's a nice fucking present, dude. You just didn't wrap it well. You know what I mean? Like, he brings you a present and it's half wrapped and you're like, what is this? And he's all proud of it. And then when you open it up, you're like, damn, dude, I had no idea you put that much thought into my present. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I got here.
Yeah.
100% right off from Mom. Reed Harris Cooper, was fantastic meeting you this weekend. You were a blast. We got to go eat and kind of talk for a while. I got thrown sideways here and there by 100 different people, so I got to talk to him a bit, but not as much here and there as I wanted to down the road. So Reed, if I see you again, we got to talk, chill out for a while. You were awesome. Good dude. Another one. Great guy. He felt like it could have ended sooner, the main event. So we are seeing people kind of come across the board. Reed, just for fun, or if anybody else disagrees or maybe feels that it should have went a little less time, how much time would you prefer, given that this match sits at 28 minutes and 48 seconds? Would you rather see 20, 15? So yeah, here it is right here. Oh, I haven't even looked. I don't do pictures very often, but I took a couple of the venue. I haven't looked at my pictures. I have no idea. And Reed, yeah, he should be blurred. He had so many shows. Reed, how many did you have, sir? If you have a chance to tell me how many matches or how many shows did you end up seeing? Yeah. So let's see here. Hot Take says, I love the way Brodie Jr. smiles all the time, but when shit gets real, he ain't smiling no more. It's incredible for a 14-year-old. Yes, it is. Crow Fairy Tale said they'd rather have more like a 17-minute main event on that one. ZMZO said the kid's a stud. He gets it and can go through the motions, but hasn't had anything this long. Everything else will come with the live reps in time. Pops was 6'6", so if he comes anywhere close, it's 6'2", 6'4", 6'5", anywhere. Well, I'd say anywhere above 6'3", 6'4" would be a present to the kid, and he should be very thankful for his dad to give him that present if he does get it. I saw that too, where the kid's like, he snaps into seriousness, and it's great. Also, I don't know if you noticed too, Joe, but there were some sequences that they had together, and they were smooth.
Yeah,
they were real smooth.
He's well beyond 14 in ring, right? Like, you do not know he's a 14-year-old. Like, obviously, looking at him, you can tell he's a 14-year-old, but the moves and the way he's able to pair them together and just move in the ring and the flow is well beyond a 14-year-old.
Well, my question for you is there anything else about Joey Janela's Spring Break 10 that you wanted to talk about?
I wonder how many more we get of these, because the past couple of months, you've seen more and more of Joey talking about wanting to be signed and deserving to be on TV and stuff like that. So if that's his goals, I hope that this stays and runs still, but the landscape's a lot different now than it was when Joey was with AEW all those years ago. So I don't know if that's feasible if he is signed with the company. So interested to see where this goes and how much longer we'll have, and especially next year in Saudi, right? Like, what happens there?
So I know that Brett was talking about the fact that he feels there will be a second night that will be in America, because he doesn't feel like the American audience, the WWE American audience, is going to take well to having a show in Saudi and not really having anything available for the American audience unless they travel. So he's thinking there probably will be a second night, and that second night is probably where GCW is going to reside for that year.
Okay. Well,
for now.
I would love that if that happened, but if there isn't a second night, I would still love if they did a collective and maybe just did it on their own, like didn't worry about where Mania was. But I'm interested to see. We have a year to look into that.
We had 22 to 23 minutes by Reed Harris Cooper. Richard also, welcome Richard, by the way. 21 minutes on there. Great question for you, Joe. Do you think Brodie's brother is going to wrestle Janela 10 years from now?
That'd be a full circle moment, right? Like, Brodie 10 years from now is signed. He's a successful talent, and then his brother wrestles him then, and then maybe Brodie comes out and helps him. That would be... So
if Joey's the heel, when everybody came out to congratulate Brodie, I would have just taken the little kid and pushed him down. Let that go on tape. Let that go on tape. And then 10 years from now, if Joey's still wrestling,
promo,
they play the fucking video and be like, you remember when you pushed me down, motherfucker?
Yeah.
I'm 10 years older. You're 10 years older. Let's talk.
Yeah, you remember when you pushed me down to my brother's biggest moment of his career? You made it about you. So that'd be pretty cool.
I'm barely old enough to know who you are, and you're throwing me down and blah blah blah. So yeah. But yeah, Richard's a numbers guy. I get you. I'm a number guy too. I like to do stuff like that with numbers. 21's actually a lucky number to me. I like that number. It's okay. It's okay to be drunk on 420. I love you guys. This is so fun. I'm really trying to enjoy it now more than anything. Amanda and Nolan said, I got next. Janela ain't ever getting rid of him. Good. Thank you. Thank you so much. No, there was a lot of people I didn't get enough time with. And I'm going to say this now before I forget. There were a lot of people every now and then that like grabbed my attention while I'm in the middle of talking to someone or someone else is saying something. And if I jumped conversations on accident with anyone, I was dead tired. I was dead tired. And I want everyone to know that they deserve, if they thought they needed more time to talk with me, they probably did. My head was on a swivel 24/7. I was getting messages. I need to talk to this person. I need to do that. And so, yeah.
You did it. You made it through the weekend though. You're in one piece. So.
Oh yeah, man. It's just, I'll be honest, man. I'm a worrier. And when I stumble, and when I stumble on things, it really messes with me because I only have so much, like self-esteem for things. I only have so much confidence for things. And so that's why I said this weekend where people said nice, like that's all my currency.
You're your own worst enemy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's the truth. That's honestly the truth. And I admit that.
Yeah.
So so that's why, I mean, when I woke up, did my work, turned around and pulled off a 6,000 word essay in 7 hours for tonight's show. So, I mean, it's like, it is what it is. Okay. Yeah. That was Joey Janela's spring break. Unless, like I said, if there's anything else on the top of your head about this show, about the collective that,
No, I think, again, there was a lot of, we talked about this a little bit before we went on air, but GCW is the upper echelon of independent wrestling, right? And I'm not just saying that because I'm doing this show for GCW, but for the past 10, 12 years, they've been the upper echelon of professional wrestling. So when there is things that maybe don't run as smoothly, maybe there's some delays in the show, show starting later, some camera issues, some audio issue, the fans right away want to flock to that like it's GCW messing up, when it's just GCW being human. You can't have a 10 out of 10 every time. And even with all that stuff, still an excellent collective, still delivered for the fans. Fans got their money's worth. So shout out to GCW because I know logistically speaking, this is a very, very hard thing to do with all those moving parts. So again, shout out to Brett, shout out to GCW, shout out to everyone behind the scenes who was able to make this possible.
So look at this. That's rough. I'm exhausted. Everyone was cooked. Those are all positive people. Frank and Reed are very positive people, and they're like, yeah, it was.
And they're fans, right? They're the fans,
huge fans.
But what I'm saying is not people booking, not the wrestlers who are doing it, right? So the fans are cooked from just being there. Imagine the guys behind the scenes that put it all together, what they were dealing with.
Sore, hurting. I mean, I couldn't imagine. Like sometimes hotel beds ain't comfortable for big guys. Could you imagine being sore and in pain on a bed that you can barely, sleep on comfortably? Cause it's just, yeah, you're right. I mean, you think the fans are exhausted. Let them run in the ring for 14 minutes, 7 times in the last couple of days. Yeah. But at the same time, you get a little extra energy when you're doing it for money. So maybe that helps a little bit. Also, GCW has this next week or so off. That'll help everybody kind of repair a little bit because, yeah, you could tell everybody, especially on that last day on the clusterfuck, everybody looks emaciated. Everybody looks beat and tired. Everybody's shoulders and heads are down. It's, but they're fucking awesome. The whole crew over there is awesome. Russo's amazing. Ash is amazing. Brett is so understanding of the morons that we are and what we need and want. Yeah. So I have nothing but wonderful things to say. I've needed help with things at times, and I'm not the most important thing. And there are people that will drop what they're doing to come help me out and that help us out initially, if you think about it. So yeah, it's fucking cool people across the board. I haven't met a mean person yet, thank goodness. And I haven't met someone yet that isn't cheering for me to keep pushing forward, not only for us, but for them, the performers,
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, Reed worked a show. So that's the thing, actually, that Reed literally had his shoes off. His ass was whooped so hard his feet were swelling. Like there was shit going on, dude. It was crazy. Yeah, the SHP show was an experience, said Screwball. If you guys want to, you could always put in chat what happened at Henderson. That'd be kind of cool. I will double this 100%. Chad is the man. 100%, 1,000%. He works his ass off hard. Yeah.
Shout out to Chad.
Bro. Matt, I mean, hardest. Yeah. Just awesome group. Let's see here. I was tripping off edibles in the front row eating ice. Yeah. A couple seats down for me, dude. Yeah, I was happy we had comfy seats because there'd be a lot of sore fat asses in the crowd. I kid you not. Everybody's tailbone would be hurting. These seats were fantastic. I felt like I was damn near at a retreat compared to LA. LA seats are just hardwood, like 1930s sixth grade chairs, like hardwood. That's it.
A
There's
lot
no
of those
padding.
LA shows are long, so that's probably
3.5 to 4 hours on average. So, I mean, there is a lot of standing and stretching and kind of, you know, and that's, yeah. Bro, I wouldn't change. If somebody told me you either, you know, lose the chairs and lose UCC or keep the chairs, I'm keeping the fucking chairs, bro. I don't care. They do have padding on them that they take off because they're not allowed to have them on there for the wrestling show because of blood or whatnot. So they are there, but what is this great John Wolf thing, Crow? You gotta know. No, that's what I was worried. I was actually worried when I saw some other podcasters go in. Let's just say I actually did think for a second, okay, what's going on? But then, you know, I'm not part of the planning of anything, so but I did say online just for fun, I would have definitely stretched both men a lot. Like Alvarez would have totally eaten it if he had to get in there with John Wolf. I was totally easily double the size and probably a couple inches taller than both of them. That would have been hilarious because if we had 2, 3, 4 GCW podcasters there, we could have actually surrounded the ring.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was a cool spot. That was a cool moment to say.
Bro, they did so awesome. And they earned it. You know what I mean? One day it would be fun to like maybe throw a chair or two in the ring and get involved that way. But other than that, man, if they want to take their shirts off and shit, that's something you will not see me doing at Collective unless I'm drunk. And, you know, if my shirt's off, they're probably trying to resuscitate me.
I feel the same way. So we're in the same boat.
Yep. Oh, by the way, yeah, Alvarez was really laying it in. You notice that a little? I don't know if anybody had a chance to notice that a little bit, but
they're really both wrestlers, right?
I believe both of them were trained enough to where, for sure SRS is. I just don't know Alvarez's story, but I know Sean Ross Sapp is trained and he does make it a point that he donates all of his money that he's gotten for the appearances to charity.
That's pretty cool.
So bingo. That's where I'm like, you know what? Enjoy it. If he's out in that ring, that means somewhere a child or a person benefited.
Yeah.
So Reed is Reed's going tits out at the Collective. Oh, Frank, thank you, Frank. Yeah, Alvarez used to wrestle. There we go. So yeah, the most I can do is be a manager. I'm trained for that at best. Alvarez too. Yes, honky tonk shit on him for the U shoot. That's right. Brian Alvarez is also trained, feuded with Marko Stunt for a time. Didn't know that. Alvarez was actually full-time and a wrestler. Crow Fairy Tale. Could John Wolf take on Frank the Clown? Well, we'll see how that's booked, but I would love to have a little back and forth on the microphone with him. Let me say a couple things about him real quick. I think he's fantastic on the microphone, and I'm actually jealous on his use of color. He has such an incredible use of color in his outfits, in his hair, in the face paint. That stuff, first of all, I'm never going to pull off. But that's one thing I want to say. Excellent heel, great on the microphone, and yeah, I love his use of color, and I like that he's confident enough to use those colors appropriately. Yeah, I'm fucking up Frank the Clown. I'm calling out SRS right now. Alvarez is fucking done. Where's Meltzer? Meltzer's next. I'm on. No, I can't. I love all those guys, and boy, would it be fun to do anything one day. But as of right now, it's really nice to sit on my fat ass at home and just talk about this shit. You know what I mean? It's so much easier for me to just walk upstairs and sit down at the computer. Oh, also, if people are seeing more stuff, it's because I got a new camera, so now people are seeing more area back here. This is actually my son's computer here, and on his little bookshelf is just a bunch of stuff that he has, from stuffed animals that were gifts to, actually this is all pretty much gifts, but yeah, I got my GCW skull. I don't know if people can see it. I made this out of candle wax. It's a full-on anatomical skull, just black wax, and just yeah. I just don't know if anybody could ever actually see him back there, so I figured I'd pull him out. I got a WrestleMania ring here. I got John Cena coming off the top rope, and yeah, looks like a table, ladders, and chairs match up there. So, I think in the next week or two, I have a huge ass lava lamp. I was thinking about putting it back here so that it's kind of something cool to look at. We're just big kids. Yeah, I got him up there. I've had him now for years. He's signed.
Is that a crazy clown mask? Psycho clown?
Yeah, I figure I'll pull it down for once.
That's pretty cool.
Same thing. We always put glasses on everyone, but yeah, he signed it. It's pretty badass. Yeah. It's too small for my head, and I actually put it on someone's head that's even smaller, and they had a hard time. So I don't know if this is naturally like his actual size, and if he is, he's a lot smaller than I expected. but I thought about putting it on one time just for a joke to open the show. My head's too fucking fat for that.
No shot, yeah.
Well, there we go. That was John's show and tell. Sorry, guys. I've had this stuff up there and I've never really talked about it. And now that the camera shows a little more, I figured it was a good idea. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 6 cards to cover. We can go over them quickly. We don't have to go too hard. And if there's something you want to say, by all means, we can do it.
Okay.
Yep. Give me 1 second. What's up here? Good night. All right. Wife was saying good night. Love you. Night. Bye. Bye, Felicia. All right. Let's see here. So what show did you want to start with? NJPW, MDK, Gringo, Bloodsport, Effy's Big Gay Brunch, or Cluster?
We could start with the New Japan one.
Gotcha. Okay, let's start right there. First match was Zack Sabre Jr. versus Abe. A ton of Abe fans in the crowd, and I'm a huge Zack Sabre Jr. fan. Anything on any of these matches, or did you want to just kind of? I don't know how you wanted to go through it.
I mean, how about we could just go through the mention the cards and the match that stood out to us. If you want to do that.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to mention that too. Actually, that is a real MF Doom mask, and we were lucky enough to get one, and I just threw the GCW chain on it back there. But yeah, let me see here. I'm actually afraid to take it off because it might fall. I think we have it up there, but yeah, all the way down to the leather strap in the back and everything. Yeah, should have got it signed. It's pretty badass. Yeah, my son's huge on MF Doom, always has been. Let's see here. Okay, so back to it. Yeah, the first one was Zack Sabre Jr. Versus I always fuck this name up. Fuminori Abe. Our next match was Ishin versus Effy versus Jimmy Lloyd. Ishin won that one. The Runway Rush and Crash, a drop dead gorgeous 3-way tag team match. We had Kushida and Yamato versus Busta and the Brain versus MXM. Kushida and Yamato won that one. High stakes heartbreak jackpot tag team match. We had El Fantasmo versus, is that Maika? Maika? I don't know. They did a damn good job though, because I was here for it. Versus Dragon Kid and Starlight Kid. Starlight Kid was actually amazing. First time I saw them. And I don't know. I'm big on the green, and they had a great green mask and like this pearlescent thing going on. It was badass. Little thing too, like definitely a little thing, and pretty damn impressive to watch. House Rules hardcore match: Gringo Loco and Joey Janela defeat Daisuke Sasaki and Guido. And then the main event was Love and Pieces 3-way death match. It was the Hate Club, Matt Tremont and Nick Gage, versus El Desperado and Jun Kasai. And finally, the team of Masashi Takeda and Rina Yamashita. The Hate Club pulled that one out in less than 15 minutes. So is there any of these that you wanted to discuss? I already see us taking too long if we don't. So I just figured I'd like give the results and then see if there's anything here that stuck out.
No, I don't want to go too deep because we, like you said, we have a lot to talk about. But just talk about OGs of the deathmatch game in that main event. Really cool to see.
The Zack Sabre match was absolutely fantastic. The ELP match against Dragon Kid and Starlight Kid, fantastic. The Gringo and Joey Janela match against Daisuke Sasaki was really good. And then that main event was pretty much the whole fucking show.
Yeah.
On Cage Match, it got an 8.2 out of 10 based on 89 votes, which anything in GCW above a 7 or an 8 is just phenomenal. Overall, right now, the ratings on this one is a 7.74, which again is not heard of very often in the GCW world.
Yeah. No.
So. Anything else on this one before we move on?
No, I think we covered it.
Okay. Let's do the MDK Club next. That just seemed like a very short one. There were only 4 matches here. I'm going to kind of go through these ones a little bit one by one. No rope barbed wire, Slade versus Dr. Redacted. Did you see this show at all or no?
I saw that match.
Redacted fucking killed himself damn near.
Yeah, that spot where he kind of tried to, I guess he was trying to flip him over and he landed on the rope. And that was brutal.
Bro, that one and then the very spot at the end where he's choke slammed out of the ring was... It didn't look good live. It looked like he didn't get the full like rotation back flat down, and somehow he hit it. And fuck, it was a brutal match. Yeah, Redacted really put his ass out there on this one, and ended up being one of the better matches on the card.
And it wasn't even supposed to be Redacted, right? Originally,
correct. It was going to be Slade versus Cruel.
Yeah. So shout out to Redacted for filling in and killing it.
Oh, hell yeah. Yes, actually, Reed was saying it's only 4 matches. It felt more. It did. It actually felt more. I think it's just because the quality of the matches were just there. Next, we had a 3-way match, Viperous versus Charlie Evans versus Rina Yamashita. This was where we had the Deathmatch Hall of Fame for the lady, which, again, I'm so sorry. Escapes my name, or the name escapes me. Do you know it?
I don't.
Exactly. Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
right? I think that was the problem, was everybody knew how important she was after we saw the video package and stuff, but it would only be like deep nerds that would know. Well, in 94, she was tearing it up, in Japan across the ocean with no internet, and only tape traders knew. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how that kind of went down. So, I mean, we could all pretend we knew her very well, but honestly, most of us were learning a lot more through the video package, and that includes me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe I've seen 2, 3, or 4 matches, but I definitely didn't know it was her. It's kind of like that. So, but damn, was she fucking amazing what I did see. The highlights were fantastic, and to know that she was a trailblazer in deathmatch wrestling is just wow. So it was nice to see that. And then it was also nice to see that when it was time for the ladies to wrestle, here came Viperous, Charlie Evans, and Rina Yamashita, and each of them had their own bouquet of flowers to give to her. So I think that was really nice. I also want to say that I felt like for Charlie Evans finally coming back, that the debut was just a little flat. I felt, she even said like, I'm back, and people were just clapping, and I'm like, I'm really surprised, because I know a lot of people were really happy to see her back, but I felt that she's been away for at least 1 or 2 cycles of fans, and you know what I mean by cycles, fan cycle in, cycle out. So I feel like she's a cycle or 2 out for most of these fans. But people like B, myself, and others who remember her from 3-4 years ago know that she puts down some crazy work. Same with Connor. So, let's see. Rina Yamashita was definitely a welcome sight. It's been a long time, almost too long for her. And Viperous, you already see, like, this was her week. Everybody put her over like crazy. We're striking while the iron's hot on her, and she's showing up in aces. Death matches, she's just kicking ass. So let's see here. Reed said, note from Effy concerning Hayabusa. He said, imagine a year from now, he actually comes to be what we expect. Very interesting. He said that, if he's going to be the one to say that, but I get it. I maybe need to see him with a couple other different opponents first, because to be the great Hayabusa is more than just the outfit, and it's more than just the moves. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I like the concept of moving a character forward, but there are some characters that can only be one person.
Yeah, we talked about that before. Like,
yeah,
he needs to do a little more like Atticus has said, not the greatest hits, kind of make it your own.
And then on to our next match here. This was the GCW Ultraviolent Championship. This was an unsanctioned street fight. This was a match between our GCW Ultraviolent champion Otis Cogar against Toby Klein. Toby got his head split. This was a fantastic match until Toby got his head split. Did it come across on TV?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and the announcers did a great job of kind of echoing that.
It was like this. No, obviously it was further back. I can't show you, but I mean, we're talking more than a finger's length.
Yeah.
My fingers are short, but more than a finger's length cut. And on my head, it's hard to see. I have 15 stitches right across there. And 30 years later, it still leaves a mark. So I feel bad. I mean, you're a deathmatch wrestler. That's a good thing. But getting split that, I mean, you could put a good chunk of your baby finger in the cut. It was that wide. So, I mean, he was just dry. We saw it on Impact. It was a chair shot. And I think the one side of the chair where it's like the leg when they fold, it was a perfect shot. And tough old man. And I don't know if you saw, but he literally his head was wrapped up and he was in the clusterfuck a day later.
Yeah.
Or 2 days later, a day later. Wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Toby was actually treated by Raleigh. If people know who Raleigh is, that's the gentleman who runs the Nile down in Phoenix. So if you've ever been to the Phoenix show, Raleigh is the guy that runs the Nile. Very cool. So yeah, Raleigh is trained in all that stuff. And I actually had Raleigh's bag, for like cuts and everything else under. So in case we needed it during the show, he could just grab it. So, I mean, there's a lot going into things and people don't really know, but yeah, Raleigh is the guy. If I ever had an injury, I'd want him there. He's one of the ones. So, yeah, I don't think we've seen everything out of Hayabusa that we could see, but I also don't think that Atticus can be exactly the guy that can give it to him. Even a KJ Orso might have been interesting in this category because they may have the same speed.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Nasty chair shots this weekend. Kappa said Doc. Yeah. So, let's see here. And then, oh my God, our main event in this one, Hayabusa and Masato Tanaka versus Bear Bronson and Mr. Danger. This was the highest rated match on the 4-match card. And man, people were actually blown away by this one. This show, actually, do you want to talk about any of these matches before we go any further? Because I was going to say this show is short and a lot of people are kind of rough on it. But this was one of those, hey, it's midnight. Do you want to see a dead body? And we got it.
I thought this show was perfect for where it was on the card, where in terms of the collective, considering you had to take down the ropes and stuff like that for the new rope and stuff. I thought it was perfect and was just enough to give the fans a death match. I didn't think anything was wrong with it.
And I was being very rude. The lady's name that was put into the Hall of Fame was Megumi Kudo. Sorry about that, Ms. Kudo. I did not mean to be not know your name. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the comments in Cage Match regarding this MDK Fight Club, and it's very interesting. They're saying the first match and the last match were really the ones that made it, and then everything in between was kind of so-so. But again, Cogar and Klein was on a good thing until their accident happened. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. Anything else on that one?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Okay, you're getting another choice. You want Clusterfuck, Brunch, Bloodsport, or Gringo Loco?
Let's do cluster.
Let's fucking do it. All right. First match, Matt Tremont defeated Otis Cogar for the GCW Ultraviolent Championship in a hardcore Kingdom Steel cage match. This was just a touch under 17 minutes long. I'll be honest with you. I didn't see Matt winning this.
I agree.
I didn't. Yeah, and it was a surprise. I don't know why I didn't see Matt winning it, but I just felt like Otis was going to carry this title for a while, and we just had Matt get it off of him after what I would consider a damn near perfect run. So
yeah, no, it was definitely shocking, but I'm excited to see where it goes.
I'm with you. I think this is just extending their little feud that they have, and I'm thinking that the title change was a good reason for them to continue that feud without just taking a loss and you gave me a loss this time, I'm gonna, I felt this may have given them a reason, and most fans really like the change of champion every now and then. Usually we don't do that too often. If you're a champion over here, you're holding it for months, if not sometimes a year or more.
Yeah.
So the clusterfuck, I can't go through all the names, but I will say that Shotzi Blackheart won. Okay, so this clusterfuck to me was an improvement over last year's. I felt like there were less no names, and the names that were there, I knew most of them, and they also rolled out the clusterfucking chapters. So I mean, like, I would say, like,
real fast. I'll be right back.
No sweat. I'll talk with everybody here. So what I was feeling was that everything was coming out in chapters. So if it was female performers, they would mostly come out in in a chapter, and you would see them. And a lot of the big guys were up front, so they had the beefy section. You're really seeing like a, it's like you're walking down a buffet, and, of course that's, there's probably a better way to put it than a food reference for somebody like me, but, we'll see what happens here. The dinosaurs fucking broke me too. That was where I'm like, okay, this is a hell of a lot of fun. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Shotzi was right there with you. I think she was leaning on Owen too. I think that was his highlight of the night. He's like, Shotzi's leading on me. I tried to give her the vape pen, but she was being very nice about not doing anything. Let's see here. Okay, so I think this is fair. Screwball said I would change the chapters in a different order, but of course that's hindsight, and I think that's fair. But yeah, there were less people by about 15 to 20. I think this one had 69, but remember that some of the people that came out, some of the groups that came out had 4 people in them, 3 people in them at times. So I mean, I didn't do a true count, but there could be 80 names there, 90 names when you really look at it overall. But yeah, I felt like everything had its own place, and that made it a lot more enjoyable to watch. It's like, okay, I got my fill of the big guys. Here come the high flyers. I've got my high flyers, and now it's time for a little hardcore. Things like that were coming up here, and I felt like the book of the clusterfuck just made more sense overall, and it was a lot easier of a read than last year. Last year, it was not easy to follow people just coming in and doing something, but none of it was ever really good, and nobody knew the name of the person, and it just felt like that last cluster had more friends than it did wrestlers that earned the spot. So yeah, I would have to say that, this one was definitely better here. Shout out to Casey Owens, says Screwball, as the imposter Jimmy Lloyd. Very good talent. I didn't know exactly who that was, and I was curious. So thank you so much, Screwball, for sharing that with us here. Let me run over. Yeah, actually, we'll go ahead and roll this right now. We're going to go into GCW's Gringo Locos, the World on Lucha 2026. Our first match here was a scramble. We had KJ Orso versus Devon Monroe, Dulce Tormenta, Jimmy Lloyd, Rafael Quintero, maybe, and Resplendor. This match here, I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about Gringo Locos World on Lucha, because I didn't watch as much as I should have, because I was up till 3 or 4 in the morning the night before. So for me to try to get rest definitely wasn't easy. Does anybody else notice that Resplendor And KJ Orso kind of somewhat look the same in this aspect. If you go get an early picture of KJ and you go get a picture of Resplendor right now, from the shoulders to the head shape, they look like each other. I would find it very interesting one day to have maybe KJ Orso face himself in a match. Maybe give Resplendor some of Fuego's old stuff. And I don't know. The part of me that thinks about like booking says it'd be kind of a good idea to maybe have heel KJ face himself. See what comes of that. All right, here. Let's see what else was going on. So Reed Harris Cooper said there was so much happening outside that I wonder what was seen at home. Yeah, so that's the thing. I think it broke down into Game Changer World split screen again also there. And again, thank you so much for that. I did not expect any graphics with our name on it at the Collective. All that is bonus. Shout out to Casey Owens. It can be more difficult to follow, but this is the future of wrestling. I could see that here. Yeah. Okay. I just want to see if there were any other messages in regards to this one right here. So we'll go back to this one. Like I said, I didn't see as much as I wanted to. Thunder Rosa defeated Julissa. I believe it's Julissa Mexa. I was wrong about something. I thought that Julissa was related to the Mexa boys. I was wrong. So sorry about that. I just saw the word Mexa and I'm thinking, well, maybe that's the sister. Nope. So my wife especially is a big Thunder Rosa fan. So she really did have a good time seeing Thunder Rosa finally get back into a GCW adjacent ring. Welcome back, bud. Malafama, which is the team of Latigo and Toxine, teamed with Ray Horace, and they defeated the team of Briante Jr. and the Mexa Boys. That's Noisy Boy and Spiderfly. Funny thing, Spiderfly, Latigo, and Toxin, and Ray, actually all of these guys, we see a lot in LA, and they always tear it up.
Yeah, this is one of the cards I'm gonna have to watch back because I believe it happened on like afternoon, right? On Thursday.
Yeah, for me it was 11 in the morning, and I watched most of these, but the problem was I felt like I was in a dream still, so I was out of it.
Yeah, I was at work, so I didn't get a chance to watch it.
Yeah. This one, I mean, I watched most of this. It's just I have to be told who was in it, and then it jostled. Like Galeno Del Mal and Jack Cartwheel. That's the one where he'd gotten injured, correct?
Yes, I did see that.
And that's sad because Galeno Del Mal is another one where I think we were talking. He's one that if GCW wanted a champion, or maybe AEW wanted a Haas champion, Galeno could probably fit that mold. He's just fucking large.
Yeah, we talked about him last week.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Friday, 11 a.m. Thank you, Screwball.
Yeah, so it was 2:00. So I was
This adult life kind of breaks into all this collective stuff, huh?
Yeah, I mean, and then there wasn't really a break for the rest of the weekend to kind of watch stuff back,
Oh, hell no. No, me or you. There's no. Our next one here, 6-man tag team match. The team of Ares, Gringo Loco, and Vengador defeated, I believe it's Hio, Kazai, and Yuki Yoshioka. This is really rough today, Joe. And then our last one, our main event, very interesting here. El Desperado versus Viperous.
I did see this match.
Bro, if what's the best way to put it? That match wouldn't have happened 2 to 3 months ago.
No.
This was okay. Now it's time to put Viperous over. When she's in there with Despy, I'm like, okay, they really have gotten the whole machine behind Viperous at this point. And she was getting pushed all weekend. Like she was in the perfect spots all weekend.
Yeah.
So,
and she showed out this match. She showed she belonged in the ring.
15-minute main event against El Desperado, and she, considers herself like more of a death matcher. Oh yeah. She has the wrestling ability, and I'm happy she's carrying that over to the deathmatch side, because we all know deathmatch needs a little bit more quality wrestling, and she's bringing that with her.
Yep.
Alrighty here. That was Gringo Local's World on Lucha. We're going to move over to Joe. You have number 1, 2, or 3. Pick one.
2.
Number 2 is GCW's Effy's Big Gay Brunch. Also, this one I was watching while half asleep, unfortunately, but I wanted to wake up to see it. So our 10-man tag team match, we had Billy Dixon, Devon Monroe, Jay Vidal, Jordan Blade, and Keita Murray. They defeated Anton Voorhees, Brooke Havoc, Gabby Forza, Hunter Gallagher, and Monomoth. Anything on this one?
I mean, I just, from top to bottom this event, I just love the premise behind it. I just, giving everyone in that community a chance to shine, to me is so good. Representation is big, and the lack of representation sometimes is a huge issue. Mm-hmm. So for GCW to give Effy this opportunity, I just absolutely love it.
I'll double that. I think that's well said, buddy. Alrighty, let's see here. Brick Savage versus Mad Dog Connolly. I really wish that would have went further. And at the same time, I'm almost wishing Mad Dog wasn't up against Brick. Mainly because Mad Dog is being booked well, or at least at JCW, he was being booked as a monster. Yeah, he was aggressive. His promos were on point. And then we get him over here to Big Gay Brunch, and then he gets smashed by Brick Savage, which basically means that you took everything he's been working for the last year and a half and knocked it down.
Do you think we're going to see more of Brick Savage? Because, I mean, he had like that special entrance at the Clusterfuck also. I think maybe we're going to be seeing more of him in the future.
I hope so. I think he has. Well, even Mad Dog Connolly, if he wasn't put in this situation, I'm not against him bringing his aggression over here. Yeah. Because I think that we could use some fresh blood. I could see Mad Dog Connolly versus Manders. I could see him going up against Mance. I could see him in multiple places. Also, since he kind of dropped the every match is a dog collar match thing, I think that's been really good. Well, we had a talk about that I had a talk on here a while back, and what we were saying was, the dog collar match was only done like 7-8 times in wrestling history, and then Mad Dog's having them once a month, once every 2 months. And I said I was actually surprised somebody higher up the food chain in wrestling didn't call him and say, man, you're fucking up the gimmick, like you're fucking it up. This is one of the last bastions of toughness. Like Roddy Piper fucking got his ear blown out by Greg the Hammer Valentine. That's a fucking match. And you're having a dog collar match in front of less than 100 people at, you know what I mean? And it's like, this isn't the same thing. And I'm happy that he did back those off because he was killing his own gimmick and that of many greats before him. Yeah. So it was good. He didn't continue wearing down that type of a match because it should be reserved for special occasions. Yeah. Vipers versus Mercedes Martinez. I think it was a decent match. I think there was some personal stuff back and forth between those two a long time ago. I think somebody in chat said they used to date or they dated
I think that's what they said last week.
Yeah. So I guess that one's going to be kind of interesting. This. Shout outs to Becca for slaying the mic at Big Gay Brunch and Cluster. That song is still catchy every now and then. The On Becca, On God. That's one of those things I say around the house or like, and then your wife is like, stop it. I got in trouble back in the day because Too Tough Tony and Drink It On Down. Right? I used to say that shit over and over. My wife's like, shut the fuck up. Right there. Yeah. Vipers was an all-star this past weekend. Well said. Well said. Okay. What do we got next? A 4-way match. Allie Catch, Charlie Evans, Kid Bandit, Steph DeLander. Again, I watched it. I can't remember much about it. Do you remember anything on this one?
The only thing to me was
this the retirement of Kid Bandit, like the 7th one?
Yeah, I believe so.
I'm retiring again.
But like, I guess the confusion to me was like the placement because Allie lost the night before, and are we saying that like Big Gay Brunch is not GCW?
Oh, I don't
See
know.
what I'm saying?
I do know. I mean, we all know it's a separate show, but I feel like maybe, yeah, I think it does operate outside the atmosphere to a degree.
Okay.
Because
Because it was confusing seeing her that fast. You know, I know she was booked and stuff, but like, I wouldn't have been shocked if she was pulled from the match after she lost.
Oh yeah, yeah. I feel like this one. I'm kind of coming back to it. I feel like this one does kind of half of its little Venn diagram is actually kind of outside the other bubbles just a touch. Having people like Brick Savage, Devon Monroe, Mercedes Martinez. Who else do I have on here? That Nyla Rose. These are names you generally wouldn't see on a GCW show.
Yeah.
So I feel like there is kind of like a Venn diagram where there is some overlap, but also there is some outlier there. That's kind of what I like about Big Gay Brunch is every now and then I will see a name I haven't seen for a while, or like Monomoth, there are names that I discover on that show that I end up liking down the road. Brick Savage is another one of them. Just ended up impressing me. And I think that's what the point of Big Gay Brunch is for exposure.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it was fantastic. Screwball was saying that, oh no. So we're talking here about this. He says this match was announced before Effy loser leaves GCW.
No, I get that. But if you're doing a loser leaves GCW, then you should pull them from that match, right? Like if they're leaving GCW.
So I'm sorry to cut you off. Is this why you were asking the question? You were trying to see how the Allie situation falls into? Okay. I think you have two options. One option is you do what we did here. Or if we do the opposite, I feel like maybe people will complain more. Would you think people, like if they pull Allie? Okay, maybe this is a better way to put it. When we went to LA, we always see the same crowd roughly. When Allie was announced to come back, you could tell that there was a 5 to 10% boost in the crowd because you could see Allie's fans have come out.
Yeah.
Another reason why I know it's Allie's fans is because when Allie hit the ring, you could hear her fans were extremely vocal. So Allie travels like that.
Yeah.
And I feel then that if there's going to be a place where Allie's going to have her crowd, it's going to be there.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I just, to me, I was just like just a day later, like.
I know. Trust me. I totally get it. I don't think it was completely well thought out. Maybe that match could have. No, I was going to say they could have held this Allie Effy match at Big Gay Brunch, but I just don't think it's a big enough platform, and it needed to be on.
Yeah, I don't know if it fits like something that deep and heavy.
Yeah.
I don't know if it fits the more kind of upbeat feeling of the Big Gay Brunch, right? Like,
excellent point.
Brings the vibes down a little.
Oh, for sure. We have the Twink Gauntlet. Long story short, CP Gay beat Pero in the end of that one. So that went almost 30 minutes. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. There were a lot of good people in it, and maybe a couple names you've never seen before. I think it was Julesy was one of the names that had been doing stuff at GCW for a while and finally got their chance. So there were some people. Nixie XS, I thought it was really cool to see her coming out west. And I really did want to say hi since we've, had them. We said nice things about them on the show, but it just didn't happen that way. I will say CPA, I did get a chance to talk to you in LA. I love what he does. I understand that you can only do so much of it and you have to kind of sprinkle it around. And I was saying that what he does works great on the West Coast, and we haven't seen enough of that. So if he wants to freshen it up, it doesn't hurt to do some stuff on the West Coast, then jump back to the East Coast.
Yeah.
But he's always fun. He's always a great addition. You can see he's got a brain on him, and he's always trying to work. It was fun seeing him put his head between Bear and Pero. Did you see he's like bouncing his head back and forth between them? That stuff's funny. I mean, that's creativity at its best. All Our next match, Zack Sabre Jr. versus Effy. I know this is kind of like a dream thing for Effy. He loves wrestling Zack Sabre Jr.
I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. My wife's calling.
No, you do your thing, brother. Yeah, so Zack Sabre Jr., again, I think he's a fantastic addition to any card, let alone Big Gay Brunch. And if it wasn't for Sheik and Nyla Rose, I really felt like it would have been fun to see Effy close out his own show in the main event. Zack is an international star, and Effy, I mean, people love. It would have been a fantastic way to close the show. But at the same time, Zack Sabre won this match, and I'm not 100% sure that the fans would have taken to Effy losing in the main event. Now, we all know how it could be written to where after the match, obviously, Effy looks like the winner. He does whatever, and everybody's happy and goes home. But that kind of leads us into our next match and why it was the main event. The Great Dark Sheik against the Great Nyla Rose. And that says a lot right there. It was good to see Nyla Rose back. Generally, they like to show up to Big Gay Brunch events. Dark Sheik, been gone too damn long. Happy to see sprinkled in also at the Collective. I didn't get a chance to talk to him this weekend. That would have been something nice to do when I get a chance. But with 9 million people running around and all of them have a million things to do themselves, those numbers add up quickly as to how busy people are. All right, so I'll just close out Effy's Big Gay Brunch there. Again, we all did what we could. We're dead tired. If this show was on a Wednesday, I probably could have gotten some more reviews together. But as you can see, we are approaching 3 hours and 37 minutes. So I'll go ahead and jump over then to... let's roll into... I think we did the clusterfuck. And if we didn't, Shotzi Blackheart won that. Our last one will be Josh Barnett's Bloodsport. Okay, so Josh had went ahead and stated this will be the last Bloodsport for a while. If anybody would like to, I'd like to know your opinions on Bloodsport overall. How do you feel about it? How would you like to improve it? What don't you like about it? I would like to see some comments on that and go from there. Reed, I know you're dead, buddy. You're okay. You could just follow along. But yeah, I would like to hear what people think about Bloodsport. So for me, I'm also a fan of UFC. I like, mostly it's my wife, but she likes watching that. Slap fighting, bare knuckle fight. We do it all in that sense. When I watch Bloodsport, in this one, I felt like there was a lot of rolling around on the ground and handwork. And unfortunately, after you've taken down the ropes and really stripped it down to a classic match, I think that people really depend on strikes. They make a noise. They feel like you have something there, a punch, a kick, something. But if they're on the ground and they're just on the ground, how exciting is that? So I could see where a match here and there could be used to settle grudges, or maybe every now and then it goes on a card somewhere. But they tried that in LA, and after a while, the fans just got tired of sitting there quiet, and then they started to get on them. They're laying on the ground. Someone's like, kiss. And then all of a sudden you start hearing people going, kiss. And at that point, I realized Bloodsport may not work in some wrestling environments. That doesn't mean it's a bad idea. It's just that the execution is so to a point to where the actual meat and potatoes of the show is actually just the talent. If Natty Neidhart wasn't there, or some of these other big names from WWE wasn't there, would as many people watch? That's a great question to try to figure out. My other thing that I really have a complaint about, and this is from the UFC side. If you go to any local gym where UFC, where mixed martial arts are taught, sparring goes harder than what these guys are paid to do in the ring. And I think that's bullshit, because they're tough, or they're supposed to be tough. And if that's the case and you're getting paid, lay it in a little. Give us something. Because, for free, I could go down and watch two dudes spar that are half your size and go 3 times harder. The lack of blood in Bloodsport was also something that I had a concern about. I do like the fact that it does bridge all companies across the board. I like that Josh does have something that he can use to kind of, like I said, bridge. It's a goodwill amongst many wrestling companies. But overall, Bloodsport isn't necessarily for me because, like I said, once they get on the ground, I know they're just laying there, and I know they're just like, okay, I'll put my hand here. Fuck that. You're being paid. Spar. You're being shot internationally across the world. At least spar. At least spar lightly. You know, like I said, I mean, fuck. That was the issue more or less than anything, is that great fake sparring for the money. And then I'm paying to watch two guys just kind of go down there on the ground and, yeah, what are you doing for dinner? What are you?
Yeah, Bloodsport's very polarizing.
And that's, I mean, and I hate to say anything bad, you know what I mean, and whatnot, but honestly, they took all the fun out of wrestling. The ropes are gone. So there's no diving, there's no jumping, there's none of that. So I figured if you're going to have something that creates impact that looks like a wrestling match, then at least do strikes. But even in this show, there was a lot less strikes and a lot more rolling on the ground.
Yeah.
So it tells me, number one, there's not a lot of action. So it's basically just driven by names. And if those names are not there, then, you know, so what happens is basically I watch one or two of these matches and I just can't keep myself in it. I know they're faking it. I know this is wrestling, but I know they're faking it to a point to where they come up and sometimes they're barely sweaty. Like, what the fuck did you do for your money? Like, aren't you guys tough? Can't you just take one fucking punch? 2, 3, you know what I mean? Not hard punches, just can't you take a 40% punch to the fucking jaw? To the arm? To you know? So, I mean, it was weird. And also, like, a lot of these guys, some of these guys were much older. And I didn't always like sometimes that the older guys were getting in the ring. And that's because I know in MMA, a lot of the older guys still try to show the young guys they're tough. I don't like that. We know you're not 20. You're 45. You're 50. It's okay to just act your age. Bro, if you're getting money, you better fucking spar. Like, cut the bullshit. Like, you know, and yeah, it's very technical wrestling. Good point right here. So show us that, because it doesn't show, like, even the hand shit is not that good. As a UFC person, I see many times where they could have put a lock on him. I see many times where they could have just fucking put strikes to him, put elbows to him, and they don't do it. I see times where they're passing guard and they're just like, well, I won't pass guard because I'll have you hemmed up. We can't do that. I don't. So, I mean, I didn't just see wrestling, but I saw excuses why they shouldn't lock into moves. And I'm like, okay, they're just avoiding shit. Again, it's polarizing, and I'm so sorry for anybody that I talked down to it about. But I want you to know that's what I see from my perspective, is just like, I know they're just laying on the ground, fake holding. Either do something or stop doing it completely. Because like I said, I can get a better show a fucking 2 blocks from my house right now for free. I don't know. That was really, like I said, a polarizing thing. Joe, how do you feel about Bloodsport? Pro, against, goods, bads?
It's honestly the mood of the day, because there's some times where I'm like, this is the coolest thing in the world, and other times I'm like, you know, it's just it is what it is at that point. I love to see the crossover with the talents, and I think that's kind of what you alluded to. It's more the names are bringing you in now, no longer the concept of Bloodsport, which is, I think, a little bit why Josh stepped away from it. You know, it's like, it's not where he wanted it to be, and he doesn't think it ever will get to that point, so he stepped away because of that. But the names definitely are what bring people in now at this point.
Yeah. And also, Richard is right. It is very, some of it, or if not most of it, is very technical.
We did get that memorable knockout by, I believe it was Ninja Mac a couple years ago.
Hey, isn't it funny, though, that shouldn't there be more of that? You know what I'm saying? Like, there should be more surprises. There should be more falling out of the rings. There should be oh my God, this was all fake, but you hit me and, you know, it turns into something real. Like, there should be more of that. One of the best matches I had ever seen in Bloodsport was the match between both members of Violence is Forever. Dominic Guarini, Kevin Koo. They had a fantastic match. And the reason why it was that good was because they actually developed the story around it and played into the story. So I'm just sad B never got to see Nakamura. Yeah, Brant has a thing for Nakamura that needs to happen. And He has flavor for more cowbell, and he's just not getting it. Hang in, you're so close. We're so close, Joe. We're almost
I was
done.
coughing. I didn't want to cough on camera.
So I don't know. When did think Josh realized it? I don't know. I think maybe it could be tickets, or maybe I don't know. But when the podcast people for GCW are like, we're not covering it. Yeah. So Crow also agreed. VIF was, that was, if anybody wants to go back and see how I feel Bloodsport should go watch the first couple, or maybe watch that Violence is Forever match, because it shows how important storytelling can be on these types of matches. Yeah. Speedball Akira is fucking awesome. That's what I'm saying. There are good matches. I feel like the heart went out of the company when, let's see, where did someone put that statement? Let's see, right here. I feel like when they started bringing WWE folks in Bloodsport, it was less tame. I think to avoid injuries and stop scratching their faces and hurting their TV faces, I think it turned into that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Remember when Nick Gage and Killer Kross had a match?
No. What
Did they?
Bloodsport was that?
Talk to me, Crow. Let's see when that one was. Huh. Oh, Coda and Speedball was badass. That was, yeah. See, there's good ones. It's just what makes them good, I feel like, is effort. You know, you can go hard like Speedball, or you can lay on the ground.
2.
No shit, really? Wow. Okay, Crow, good call. Gage and Cross. Okay, who won that one? Cross?
Yeah.
How much time? 11 minutes?
Let's see.
I'm just guessing. At this point, why not, right? We're having fun. It's towards the end of the show, so it's like, oh yeah, Bloodsport 2 was at the showboat.
3 minutes and 27 seconds.
Holy shit. They had Gage there in name.
Yeah.
Like, just show up. Like, count to 400 and you'll be out of the match in no time.
The main event of that was Josh Barnett defeated Chris Dickinson. 16 minutes and 55 seconds.
That was Bloodsport. That was when Bloodsport was worth watching. It was a lot more fun. They put more into it. Yeah, I think when WWE came in, they kind of lost its soul.
Yeah, when it had more of the actual wrestlers, right? And Zachary Wentz was on the card. Yeah, I agree with you there. Timothy Thatcher, Tom Lawler, Davey Boy Smith.
Yeah, real people that would probably beat the fuck out of each other in real life. Like legit tough guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then WWE came along and they're like, hey, don't touch the moneymaker. And it is what it is. Gage's entrance was longer than his match. That's true, though. I'll run down this real quick, and if there's anything here that jumps out at you, I'll go from the end here. Matt Mako defeats Angel Verduzco by referee decision. Ulka Sasaki defeats Joe Dash. I don't know these people. Zack Sabre Jr. versus Ray Jazz defeats Ray Jazz. Miyu Yamashita defeats Janai Kai. Royce Isaacs defeats Shane Mercer. Pete Dunne defeats Masashi Takeda. Wow. Abe defeated Eric Stevens. Charlie Dempsey defeated Timothy Thatcher. Natty Neidhart defeated Shayna Baszler. And Josh Barnett over Yuji Nagata. Yeah. Did you see this one?
I did not watch this entirely. I seen the Takeda match, but that was it. Again, for me, it's like one day I love it, and the next day I'm like, it's like excruciating to watch. It's like
it's
very
a mindset.
polarizing. Yes, it's very polarizing for me.
I've always felt it's a mindset. Like if you're into old school 20s, 30s wrestling, down to the bare bones, true competition, then I think that's where Bloodsport thrives. If they executed it properly.
Yes.
That's the only thing I'm saying. I think that most of them do execute it properly, but I also do think that it's I don't know if it's gotten lazy, but it's gotten fucking soft. Bloodsport got soft. And I don't know who made the change or how it made the change, but listening to that, second Bloodsport, that tells you right there, man, things are different.
Yeah.
That card, the most recent card for Bloodsport's awesome. It's just for some reason that just doesn't produce what it should. So
Agree.
Guess what we just did? We just got through the last match of Collective. That's a major one. Feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah.
We just did another damn near 4-hour show. Oh, Crow said it right there. Yeah, it's gotten lazy. That's what it is. It's just let's go crawl around like you're. It's over. So we'll see if it comes back, and if it does, I hope that a lot of thought is put into how they're going to perform. Because it's time to take it seriously. Maybe that's the way. No, you know what I mean? Like they're like, oh, we're going to Bloodsport. We're gonna go out there, act tough, walk. It's like, no, fucking take an elbow here and there. Come out with a bruise. Every now and then, I think that should happen in any type of wrestling.
Yeah. Get busted open, something.
Yeah, and it should always change for the best. I agree with Richard here. So, I don't know how it'll happen, but I wonder if Stone Cold got a good show when he went to the Collective. You know what I mean? Like, did he get a good show at Bloodsport? I mean, Bloodsport fans will probably say yeah. But I also will ask Bloodsport fans, has it evolved into something better than the original concept over time? I would like to hear from true fans about that to see, what they have to say. Crow, I'm right there with you. It's called Bloodsport. It's the first word. Bring the blood. Like, come on. I would look at it that way. And again, like we see that outside of Tom Lawler and a couple others, like, oh, like, what the fuck? There was blood. If I watched it, a lot of people gave up on it. You do have to be in a mindset. Joe is correct. You really do. Like, if you're sitting down and like, everybody has a mindset about watching wrestling. Like, you're either locked in or you're on your phone listening to it in the background and, fucking around on your computer and stuff. So,
yeah.
And I think this is the same way. Nothing different here. Yeah. Joe, I don't think we meant to, but we damn near did 4 hours again. I appreciate you, dude. I really honestly do. I maybe don't tell everybody that's enough, man. You've done some great work in your short amount of time so far. And we're definitely proud to have you on the team. And here you are, hanging in at fucking 1 a.m. in the morning. So I appreciate you, man.
I appreciate having me, man.
I do. Everything's going well. I want everybody to know the podcast is kicking and doing well. Everybody's happy. Joe does an awesome job. Brant will be back at some point. That doesn't mean shit for Joe. Joe basically goes to a show. Joe's going to be on. If Joe maybe wants to come on and we pull a 3-box every now and then, that's what we're going to do. I mean, he's earned his spot. He's doing fantastic. Yeah. And the community is behind you too, man.
Appreciate
Absolutely. It. Yes. There's really a worry if this community says no, not him. That would be wild. But yeah, man, it's been a good week. I'm exhausted. I'm going to be exhausted. I'm going to be up the next 3 hours just working on timestamps for this show. But got me through my last. Clown, I appreciate you. We always try to get you through your work. I don't know what you do for a living, but if you're able to listen to podcasts and chill out and talk like wrestling, that's pretty freaking cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. We love seeing you every week too. Like all of you. We love seeing you every week. And Crow's telling us to get the fuck out of here. Crow's always the one to go, doors open out back if you want to get the hell out of here. We will have an interview next week. That's the plans right now. I'm waiting for confirmation and we'll share that info very shortly. As soon as I get it, I mean, I'm going to tell our little group of podcasters and then it's going to go out to everyone. I do have a very good guest that I just wanted to make sure they confirm before I say anything. I don't want to put it out there and pressure the person. So they had something come up and I'm just waiting for them to basically get back a hold of me. And if we land this one, you guys are going to have a fantastic part 2 to an excellent interview we did a long time ago. So this is somebody we've wanted to have back and I actually had to fight a little bit to have them on. Put 2 and 2 together if you guys are our good fans out there. But yeah, if you go back and look through, we had on GCW Weekly, and then if we had on World here, you may find there was 1 or 2 people that really were excellent for us. And we're going to have one of those, actually 2 of those back maybe in the next month. We did a lot of talking at the collective. No, it is not Mickey Knuckles, but I will say this now because time has passed. I had Mickey, she was going to come on, and less than a week before she was about to come on, that's when the incident happened with Murdoch and the burning of the alcohol. So I had to cancel that interview. And if anyone knows, I know the wrestler like the back of my hand before I walk in. And I probably pulled 20 plus hours of research on Mickey, and it broke my fucking heart to a point to where I still have the interview saved so that down the road I might be able to have it. So I am Switzerland. I know we do GCW, but I am totally Switzerland. I like to talk to everyone as much as possible, unless they're a terrible person. I try to do what I can to respect the artist. I don't judge. I can't do that.
No.
Down that's coming. That part 2 for Bear is coming. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, part 2 with him is coming. Actually, it's been spoken about many times. We got along wonderful. He is a fantastic individual. Good talker, and we got along great. So that's coming. I want everybody to know that now. Another Bear is coming. And like I said, I have one coming up this week. We just need to get to it. This is a major one. And fingers crossed. So I'll let everybody know from there. If we don't have an interview or if we don't have another way to do it, then we're just going to do another watch along where we kick back and watch a couple hand-picked matches and just bullshit together. So yeah, I was going to say we win either way. It's just we watch matches or we talk to someone, or you even have the night off. If it's an interview, you just chill. Okay. So that's another one right now that is in the cards down the road. I would actually like to have them separately. And I only say that because when I sit down with someone, I've never actually said this before. My entire point of doing an interview was to have at least a 2-hour conversation, if not a little more, because I want people to walk away from my interviews feeling like they spent the evening at a table with their favorite wrestler. I want people to walk away feeling like they were themselves. They were them true selves. They were not faking it. They were not in character. And we've had some that were in character. And man, Charles Mason especially is one of the most enjoyable interviews you'll ever have to listen to. He just rolls in with heel work constantly, and you laugh. You know how you laugh at heels doing funny shit, or they say backhanded shit that's kind of a joke, but they're trying to. Bro, he was throwing backhanded jokes left or right, and it was just awesome. I wouldn't know about Nuclear, and I don't really have a huge amount of emotion in it. It's just that I see that for what it is, and I agree with Joe. There are times I could probably sit down and watch it, but I don't have those times as often as possible anymore. I try to just chill out with video games with my people. I try to have fun. So for me to edge in something that I'm not fully into is rude to you guys and inauthentic. And I don't think that's fair. So I know that maybe sometimes I could even catch a little hell if I say this, that for maybe a wrestler or somebody, but I don't get that. And I think everybody knows, number one, it's not personal because I don't know these people personally. That's right off the bat. I don't know anyone personally, so I can't say personally anyone's this or that ever. I watch the work, we judge it accordingly, and really I don't even want to judge it. I hate calling it judging. That seems weird, but we just like to talk with friends. I think that's the best way to do it. Thanks for being patient, and for those of you who really love Bloodsport, understand I really am just one opinion, and I'm shining light on the things that I feel are wrong. And I've tried to also give a way to make it better. Okay. If you want it better, please, more violence, more blood, give us some sparring. I'm open to that. I'm open to Bloodsport becoming more and better. And I do want everyone to succeed. That makes it easier on me as a podcaster too. Oh gosh, I was seeing here. What were you just curious about? Oh, you're just curious about the situation, maybe? That's okay. All right. Anything else before we get out of here, Joe? You've done awesome. We're 4 hours. You literally have been here for probably 2 of the top 10 longest shows we've ever had. Like we rarely get into the 4 hour, and honestly, it's a treat for me, you, everybody, that we have this much. For people who watch this in hour chunks at a time, like we just filled 4 days for y'all. So that's pretty cool, you know?
Yeah. No, I think we covered everything for this weekend, and
fuck yeah, we did.
Excited to see what next week brings.
I'm getting tired, and I'm noticing now I'm starting to like run in circles on my words. So, okay, let's do this. There's quite a bit of this in here. If you guys could, please like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you haven't already. As fans, if you could just leave a comment or just even do a like, would be so nice. That's my metric that I'm also judged by. So we do appreciate it. This keeps us rolling over here. You know, Brett likes to see the numbers are up. He likes to see that, you know, people are liking everything. He likes to see the comments are healthy. And I believe he's very happy with what we do over here. So I do know that part of why he's happy with us over here is because you, all the listeners here, are quality individuals. You're not fucking around. We don't have any Klingons. We don't have any of that shit. I just want to say I'm thankful for you. And yes, comments do help the algorithm. Please, if it is helpful. I don't have another way to put it. It just thank you. To those who did donate, thank you so much. I do know that we had a big donation in here. Thank you, SJ Good Vibes. That's a $25 sticker. Holy mackerel. If we find ourselves making a sticker or a shirt, we got to send you one for free. That's just, if we do find ourselves making stickers or anything down the road, those who did give money at any time, even $1, I want y'all to hit me up and I'll get some stuff sent out to you. If we find we're not that people, but we need to try at this point. We do have rules. No lizard people here. We got Star Trek references. Yeah, the nerds are out in full force now. I actually like Star Trek a lot. I used to watch the original, and there's another one. Kappa. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Kappa's a cool dude. He's one of our good ones. Okay. You can find Joe at Woods Wrestling 3 on Twitter. You can find me at GC World Podcast on Twitter. And where else can we find you, Joe? You got a show coming up soon.
Yeah, every Thursday. Steel Steps 215 podcast. We do more AEW, WWE. We do GCW when there's big events coming up, but we do more predominant like AEW, WWE. So this week we'll recap WrestleMania, and that is 9 p.m. every Thursday.
There it is. If you have a chance, obviously, Joe's the man. Please go over there if you get a chance. Just check him out. Say hi. If anything, go over there. Be a pain in the ass and just say we're giving GCW love. Like literally be like, we're one of his lost cousins from the GCW family, just giving love to Joe, and bounce. We'll figure it out one day. Yep. Clown, have a great night, everyone. And we got to invest in a coffee fund for Joe. I think that's something we have to do at some point. The poor guy. I run through co-hosts. You guys ever notice that? It's like, I run through them pretty hard. Only because I'm fortunate enough to be able to do this and have the love for it. I think that's all. I think we've talked ourselves into a quarter. I think I'm tired. Collective was amazing. Next year, it looks like it's in Minnesota. Isn't that what the WrestleMania announcement was Minnesota? I thought it was Minneapolis for 2027 or whatnot.
Next year it's Saudi.
Well, I mean, they made an announcement though for a year after that for Minneapolis. I thought.
Oh, maybe well, I don't really buy much stock into that because if someone comes in with more money, they
happened.
They flip it anyway. So
it happened this year. Should have been New Orleans,
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm fortunate it happened in my backyard because I wouldn't have been able to see it either way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get the hell out of here. Thanks for hanging in, Joe. Like I said, I know you had a lot going on at one time, and I do appreciate you.
Yeah. No, sounds good. I appreciate you having me.
All right, guys. Well, I'll just say it right now. We love you guys a lot. Thank you so much for hanging in. Maybe the love is what's keeping us rolling for 4 hours, 2 weeks in a row now. But thank you for the community. Thank you for all the love. I had no idea how much all of this matters. I hope that slowly over time, Joe gets the same love that the rest of us are getting. He needs to know that his time is worth it. And it's all about love. Actually, my dog is whining downstairs right now. So, okay. Thank you so much for being here with us. We'll be seeing you next week. We're going to be talking here with fill in the blank. Joe, let's get the fuck out of here. I'm tired. Let's send him out like we always do. You ready?
Yeah.
Long
live
GCW. Have a great night, guys, and we will see you next time.